is a CBC News special presentation.
What makes a leader? Confidence, strength, vision. For the Conservative Party, that means someone to carry on the legacy of Macdonald, Borden, Diefenbaker, Mulroney, Harper. Which of these 13 candidates best fits that description? Who can bring this party back into power? Who is up for the tough road ahead? It's an important choice, one that could shape the direction of the party and the future of the country. Canada is facing some serious challenges: a possible trade war, a housing market on the brink, and a changing society wanting to make their voices heard. The winner will become the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. The winner will take on the government. The winner could become the next Prime Minister of Canada. Tonight, the candidates make their final pitch. It all starts right now. And here it is. This is the room where the Conservative Party of Canada will elect its new leader this weekend, a leader who could become the next Prime Minister of Canada. And hello there, I'm Peter Mansbridge here in Toronto at the CPC Leadership Convention. Lots of action beginning in this hour. Tonight is the night for the speeches, where the delegates, whether they're here in the room or across the country, will get an opportunity to listen to those who are running for the leadership of their party. If they haven't already voted, many have already, but if they haven't already voted, they'll get the opportunity to vote in the next 24 hours. Tomorrow, they count the ballots. And roughly by early evening tomorrow night, we should know which of the 14 candidates on the ballot will be the new leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. And through all this, we got lots to help tell the story, including Rosie Barton, who's with us here. Rosie, the host, of course, of Power and Politics, and those who are watching on CBC News Network just saw her a few moments ago. Where's your head at on this thing so far?
My head's at, I don't really know how this is going to end. So all that studying really paid off. I think there's lots of unpredictable things. You know, I rely heavily on Eric Grenier's numbers to give us a sense of who's in the lead. I think it's fair to say it's Maxime Bernier, but I think we don't know how things are going to shake down and where they're going to put, people are going to put their second, third, and fourth choices. And this is going to be a big deal for the party. They're not only choosing a new leader, but they are potentially choosing a new direction in the next 24 hours. And that's going to really define how they move into the next election and whether they have a chance to defeat Justin Trudeau. It's
true that in Eric we trust. He is our numbers expert. But the numbers are based, all the ones you've seen throughout this campaign, including the really good ones that Eric has been putting out, are based on memberships sold or memberships that have been sold and the individual numbers in each particular riding, but not on polling, the traditional polling that we're used to. And as a result of that, some people are going, well, you know, maybe he doesn't have the lead that some people think he does. Maybe there are others coming up from the lower edges that we haven't counted on before. All that we're going to know in the next 24 hours, obviously. But at the moment, as Rosie says, the interest is lying around Maxime Bernier. Out on the convention floor, two of our top political reporters will be watching events throughout the day. There's Catherine Cullen, at least the back of Catherine, there she is, walking through the halls of the convention area. The delegates actually haven't been let into the hall, this main hall, yet. They will in about 20 minutes. This is it. They get the opportunity to, if they wish, to put up posters and banners and, kind of make a little hoopla surrounding their particular candidates. That hasn't happened yet. Catherine Cullen will be in there watching, so will Hannah Thibodeau as well. And, of course, we'll have, as we always have when the time is ripe for talking politics, our At Issue panel. And they will be joining us, Andrew and Chantel and Althea. Raj, you saw them last night. We'll see in a few minutes whether their minds have been changed at all by the last 24 hours, given their sense of things last night. Up here with Rosie and I at the main head table here of convention coverage, we've got a panel. This is like the mother of all panels when it comes to politics. Where do I start? Peter MacKay, who knows this area so well in terms of politics. Peter, who was a former leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, winning in 2003, part of the move in 2004 to get the party together with the what was the remnants of the old Reform Party, and under Stephen Harper's direction after 2004, they did extremely well. Peter, of course, was cabinet minister in that government over time. Michelle Rempel, sitting right beside Peter, who is a Calgary MP for the Conservative Party, and will be helping us throughout this weekend. Neither of you have declared, right?
That's correct.
No, that's correct.
Don't have a candidate yet. Of course, afterward there's a winner, you'll say, oh, of course, I knew, right?
That was my choice all along.
And who is this guy at the other end of the table? The mystery 14th name on the ballot, Kevin O'Leary. Kevin O'Leary, of course, depending on who you listen to, his spinners, other spinners in this campaign said you were on top of the ballot roughly a month ago when you decided to drop out, support Maxime Bernier. You're still on the ballot.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see whether people still vote for you. But instead, this weekend, you're sitting with us. Why?
That's right. I was on top of the ballot in almost every jurisdiction with the exception of Quebec, where I made the assumption, at this point incorrectly, that because I was born in Montreal, Peter, that I would get a pass at least 20% market share there. That's worth 7 seats minimum. Now, there is a path to victory. We saw it happen in 2011 with practically no seats. But unfortunately, it required a situation with a Jack Layton and a Bloc Party splitting Quebec in half and taking it out of the national equation for me to get there. Now, I'm a pragmatic numbers guy. I looked at it and said to myself, okay, I could win this leadership race and I could spend 2 years and $65 million losing because I can't get 30 seats in Quebec. That was the decision I made. And I went to Bernier and said, look, Max, I've got great news for you. You're going to endorse me. You're going to step out of this race. You're going to help me win Quebec. What do you think?
That went over really well.
He loved that idea, Peter. He loved it.
Well, hello.
You're a pragmatic numbers guy. You were also 200 grand in the hole.
I was going to say, did that come up?
Did that come
listen,
into it as well?
I'm going to make a speculation right now that every single candidate and their campaign is in a deficit.
Right.
We are going to be millions in deficit. There's never been a campaign with 14 candidates to the end.
Actually, I disagree with you.
We'll
We've raised almost $8.4 million in this race across the leadership campaigns. I think our party's in the best place
I didn't
it
say
has
party,
been at.
Michelle. I said candidates.
Individual
I said individual
candidates.
candidates will
Sure.
all be in deficit.
Except,
So-
except you spent $1.5 million in the shortest
Yeah.
amount of
Rosie,
time.
Budgets
Rosie,
don't balance themselves,
when
right?
I do something, I
Yeah.
do it big time.
Apparently.
But Peter, you know, well, first of all, let me show you the candidate board of all 14 candidates who are on the ballot. Here it is, which includes Kevin. Is he
Kevin's
in there?
not there.
Oh, he's not in there. That's the 13 who are still running. These are the 14 who are actually on the ballot. So Kevin is still on the ballot and may very well attract votes. He may very well not be at the bottom of the ballot. There are others who are struggling to get even a few votes. Peter MacKay, when you know, the issue about piling up debt in a leadership campaign. This is not the first leadership campaign we've seen where a contender has had to work awfully hard, sometimes even the winner, to make money back to pay off debt after a campaign.
No question. These are expensive undertakings, and it's a big consideration for people to get in and to stay in. It's not unusual at all at the end of this process for the new leader to embark not only on continued touring and doing what you have to do to prepare for an election, but helping many of those other candidates, fellow candidates, to pay off leadership debt. That's one of the expectations that will be on the new leader, to be quite frank with you. But that's the price of democracy. That is, I think it speaks well for the Conservative Party that we have that many people willing to make that personal commitment and sacrifice. It very often comes down to people putting debt on their personal accounts. That's not unusual whatsoever, I can tell you. And it's a major, major consideration for a lot of people. We have a process, however, I'm quick to point out, that unlike the United States, you don't have that crushing influence of big business or unions or individuals who are well-heeled who can come in and hijack a process. So I think our process is, while it is an enormous personal commitment, I think, on balance, we have it right.
Take us into the moment, each of you here, in terms of what's at play as we're, 45, 50 minutes away from the beginning of the speeches tonight. What are you hearing? What's at play? Michelle, first of all?
I think that there's a moment in time where Canada is going, there's a lot of people who just want to get back to work. So I think there's a lot of voters that are looking for a strong leader to come out of this convention to provide a vision that sees economic growth in Canada. So when you talk about what's at stake, it's really not just about this leadership convention. It's really about providing a strong leader that's going to go up against the Trudeau Liberals and their decision to essentially tax and spend at record levels. What I'm hearing in my community, within my membership, is the desire to see a strong leader emerge that is going to challenge Justin Trudeau. And I think that's really what's at stake here. I think a lot of people that are coming into the convention to listen to these speeches and to get a sense of where they're going to vote are looking for that passion and that forward vision and that desire to fight for Canadian jobs. And to me, that's really what the next 3 hours is about. I haven't filled my ballot out yet, and that's certainly what I'm going to be looking for.
Kevin, what's the moment that we're entering into right now?
What I learned in this last 5 months in my journey into this campaign was the angst amongst 18 to 25-year-old Canadians is unbelievable. The concern they have for their future, the worry they've got in just being able to achieve the same lifestyle their parents had. I've never seen anything like it. And I'm proud to say that of the 35,000 members I sold, the majority were under 35 years old.
So what you're saying is that is the audience they've got a pitch to tonight?
Peter, I'm going to make a prediction that the audience tonight, for the first time ever, the Conservative Party will have the largest amount as a percentage of young people it's ever had before. They want to hear a message about how this party's going to help them, because they're not feeling sunny times anymore, Peter. All they see is a light bulb in their parents' basement because they don't have a job.
I want to pick up on a point that Michelle made, that I think there is a desire, clearly, on the part of the Conservative Party, on all the membership, and I think Kevin's point about young people being engaged and involved is critical. There's enormous cynicism in the country, I think, about politics and personality politics. This race has been quite dense on policy.
That's right.
I think there has been, and a diversity of policy across a wide range within our ranks. You're seeing a lot of very engaged people on substantive policy matters. How is that going to shake out in the next election if we don't have somebody who can also match up in terms of personality and having the ability to reach into every community, to communicate well, effectively, to get those ideas across? Keep in mind, this is a several-stage process. Monday morning, that new leader is going to have to start preparing as well for a policy convention where many of the things that they've road-tested in this campaign are going to have to get by the entire membership of the party again. So this process doesn't end this weekend by any means.
In fact, some could argue it really starts on Monday, when whoever wins has got to try and put a team together in that caucus, and there are going to be splits. There always are after a leadership vote, and in some case, if it is Rosie, if it is Max Bernier, he doesn't have a lot of caucus support.
I think he's got one guy and a couple of senators, so he does have a challenge when he goes in that room to get people on board. Michelle already wants to contradict me, but yeah, I also think it's an advantage if you don't have people out in front who are declared for you. Right. You don't have a team right behind you, so you're sort of going in with a blank slate. So it could go either way for him, but no matter who wins, there's going to be a challenge when you walk in that room.
All right, I've got to give you a quick sense of what you hear. The band's warming up behind us. They're going to rehearse a little bit, so that's why Peter MacKay and Michelle Rampel and Kevin O'Leary got the special mics on, because they'll be singing with the band.
And the band played on the band. Sure. We'll clear the room in a hurry.
Yeah, exactly. All right. The various candidates will speak starting at roughly an hour. They come into the room in the next 20 minutes or so, and there'll be a certain amount of hoopla attached to that. But when they do speak, they get 10 minutes only to use as they wish. They can speak, they can sing, they can dance, they can do whatever they want, but they only have 10 minutes, and then they get the hook, and the next one is on stage. So it'll go by fairly quickly, and you'll hear, as I think Peter was hinting at, a range, a diversity of opinion on how to handle some of the hot policy issues that face the country right now. But the process between the speeches leading up to the voting and the counting tomorrow and the announcement of the winner is interesting. We asked Chad Rogers, who's kind of one of those guys in the back rooms of the Conservative Party, a consultant and a really interesting strategist, to give us 3 things about the process that we should know. Watch this.
My name is Chad Rogers, and here are 3 things you need to know about the process that's going to elect the next leader of the Conservative Party in Canada. It may surprise some people to know that the Conservatives have embraced a fairly progressive model. In fact, it's radically democratically inclusive. Here are 3 things about the process we need to focus on. Number 1, this is a one-member, one-vote election. Every member of the party gets a ballot and gets a say. Now, who are the members? Well, you have to be 14 years of age or older, a Canadian or permanent resident. You need to pay about $15 for your membership card. And most importantly, you're not allowed to be a member of any other federal party. Secondly, this is a preferential or ranked ballot. It looks very different than the one we see when we go into the polling station during a general election. In fact, on those ballots, when you only get to make 1 mark, on this one, you get to make up to 10. There are 14 names on the ballot to choose from, and you'll rank them from 1 to 10. Finally, this is a weighted election. So that third factor is important to remember because we only have 338 ridings in Canada that can elect an MP. The votes will ultimately be turned into 100 points from each of those ridings. Here's the math. 338 ridings, 100 points each. The next leader of the party isn't looking for votes, they're looking for points. So on election day, that magic number that's going to elect the next leader is 16,901. Why would the Conservatives do it this way? Well, they want everyone in the party to feel they've had a say, they have a stake in the outcome, and the next leader of the party to be able to say they have support in every part of the country and a broad national coalition.
All right, there you go, and thank you to Chad Rogers. I mean, there are a lot of numbers there, but still, actually, when you boil it down the way he does, it's pretty straightforward in terms of how it's going to operate tomorrow and on the voting. We got our first one of the candidates inside the room right now. It's Kellie Leitch, made a name for herself throughout this campaign. She's about to come into the room. She's just outside the door, and Catherine Cullen has got hold of her to have a chat. Catherine.
Yeah, that's right, Peter. Kellie Leitch, one of the first, well, the first candidate really to jump into this race. And so I think when a lot of people think of your campaign, they think of that commitment you made to screen visitors, refugee claimants, new immigrants for Canadian values. Are you comfortable being defined by that one policy?
Well, I've been talking about Canadian values throughout this campaign, and I'm delighted to be defined by that because it's what Canadians from coast to coast to coast are demanding we talk about. Whether it be hard work, generosity, freedom, or tolerance, I believe we as Canadians have a unique identity, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast agree with me, in fact, 74%. So I'm delighted that people are talking about this.
Certainly some people in your party, though, don't agree with you. You know, over the course of this leadership race, people like Michael Chong, Deepak Oberoi, I believe Michael Chong called you a wannabe demagogue at one point, referencing Trump. Deepak Oberoi has talked about the concerns he has around that kind of some of the things that you've been saying. What happens if you win as leader? What happens to the people who simply seem to say that they can't stand behind you?
Well, look, we have a big party, and I want to make sure everyone feels that they can participate fully in it. And so I will be welcoming everyone to play a meaningful role. We're all going to have to work together as a united party to win in 2019 against Justin Trudeau and the Liberals.
Do you accept, though, that some people may just walk away from the party if you win?
That will be their choice, but I will be welcoming them because, as I say, we need a big and a strong team with different ideas that are willing to debate those ideas so that we can be successful in 2019. And I know the Conservative Party is capable of having those discussions and then moving forward united.
You got one last shot tonight to make your last pitch to the few people who haven't mailed in a ballot yet. What is the one thing you need to communicate clearly tonight?
I will be communicating to the Conservative membership what is the #1 issue that they are concerned about. I will be talking to them about how we as Canadians have a unique identity, that we share Canadian values, and that I am the best leader to protect and promote those values.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Peter?
All right, Catherine, thank you very much. If you didn't know Kellie Leitch before this campaign started, you've probably certainly been aware of her name since, because she has made the headlines on more than a few occasions on this issue of Canadian values and the way she thinks it should be at the forefront of the decision-making process of Canadians coming into the country. It's caused controversy within the party as well. Where are you on this, Michelle, on Kellie Leitch?
I've had the great pleasure of being our immigration critic throughout this leadership race. And I think that there are legitimate issues that our party needs to criticize the Liberal government on. But I think the question of immigration is a question about how, not a question about if. And I would like to see our party talk about things like how do we ensure that when newcomers come to Canada, they integrate into the Canadian economy? How do we have a successful experience for Canadians, new Canadians? To me, the question has never been about if, it's been about how. And that's where I think, you know, when I see people taking issue with our immigration debate that's happened with the leadership, it's when people have strayed off of that path. There are certainly a lot of things to criticize the Liberal government on, but a lot of it is about process. And I don't think that there's anyone who's walking into this room tonight that would say that Canada shouldn't be welcoming to new Canadians. It's all a question about how.
Peter, has it hurt the party, that position?
I certainly hope not, because as Michelle has just pointed out, this is an extremely critical issue for any party that wants to be competitive in Canada. This is a country that was built by immigration. Everyone that's here, with the exception of our First Nations, came from somewhere. And we have to continue that spirit, that vision, that signal of inclusivity and tolerance. The difficulty I think that people run into is when they stray into mixing security and immigration as if one is exclusive of the other. Immigration, by its very design, has to be a process of checks and balances. And let's be clear, those new immigrants that came from Syria, all of them were vetted under the previous government's process. I mean, the Prime Minister may have been there with winter jackets for them, but they came in under the previous government's process. Not much has changed. When we're talking about radical changes and putting in place a process of vetting that involves some unknown, some unnamed test, that's fearful. And I do worry about brand damage if that is associated with the party, because we don't want to be there. We want to be a party that is viewed as building the country, as obviously taking necessary steps in the immigration process, but not veering radically off that path of ensuring that people who genuinely want to come to Canada, want to contribute, want to play by the rules, and want to be part of what has been the great Canadian story, that path is there for them.
Kevin, you were campaigned alongside Kelly Leitch out there in terms of trying to attract votes. Was it hurting the party? Was it causing serious controversy within those who were coming out to those delegate meetings?
When I entered the race, my polling told me she was leading. She was the #1 candidate. She had just got the cover of Maclean's magazine. She had a tremendous amount of press, a lot of momentum. A lot of people never knew who she was, now knew who she was and understood where she was going. My assumption was, because she's a very intelligent woman, that she would move into the center at some point, because this was a very polarizing position to take. That never happened, and that really surprised me, because as I continued to poll, and we were doing large sample sizes, 8,000, 9,000 against a list of about 137,000 at the time, the first time I was able to get access to the list. What I learned was she had no second ballot support. You either loved her or you found her so polarizing you would never put her as #2. And I believe, Peter, that has cost her any chance of leadership.
I would just say two things. Jason Kenney, who was the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration and who managed to broaden the Conservative Party in a real way, particularly where we are in and around Toronto, was one of the people that he did speak out against Kelly Leitch, and he did say that he believed that her comments were hurtful for the party and particularly for the work that he did while he was minister. So I would keep that in mind. And I think the other problem with what Ms. Leitch said or didn't say, because let's be clear, she didn't really ever explain what she was talking about in a substantive way, was that she is, whether she likes it or not, still associated with many mistakes of the 2015 election, including the cultural barbaric tip line.
One in particular.
Right. And so she was trying to sell an idea at the same time as she was trying to shake off a mistake that she recognized during the last election. And the two things were sending the same message, that she hadn't really changed and perhaps the party hadn't changed either. So maybe the message about immigration is welcome within the Conservative Party or the debate. I just don't think she's the right person to put it on the table. And I think Michelle's point is right. There's lots of things to criticize in the immigration system, but Kelly Leitch didn't actually criticize the right things.
All right, we're going to go back outside. The various camps will be allowed in about 5 minutes' time to start taking up seats. But let's talk to Tony Clement, who's inside right now. He's with Hannah Thibedeau, and as far as Tony Clement goes, he knows leadership races. He has run in more than a few, not running in this one, but his expertise is going to be useful in this chat with Hannah Thibedeau. Hannah.
Absolutely, Peter. He's run in 2 leadership races, once provincially in Ontario, and then in 2004 against Stephen Harper. You didn't win that one.
No, he won on the first ballot, actually.
You won on the first ballot, and you were originally in this race, but you dropped out pretty early. For people who are walking up on that stage, the 13, what does it feel like to go up there on this night?
You're pretty much on adrenaline at that point, and you're very excited. And one of the things you got to learn is to pace your speech, because with the adrenaline, you tend to speak very, very quickly. So hopefully you've practiced your speech a lot. You try to look at the audience as much as possible and slow it down, because otherwise you'll be racing through it.
Now, you are also a senior advisor to Maxime Bernier, and if you can see the pin, Mad Max, right there. You had some advice for him. Is that some of the advice that you gave to Mr. Bernier as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted, because he, again, it's about waiting for the applause lines. It's making sure that you pace yourself properly. So we did go through that quite a bit, yes.
Okay, and before we leave here, you have a funny little story. Okay, I'm not going to let you get away with this.
Yeah.
Tell us about the email back and forth and explain this.
Well, I text Max as a senior advisor on issues, and then I have also a child named Max. So there, I'm obviously texting both Maxes all the time. So for my child Max, I texted him, "Are you going to the anime convention?"
And
which is next door.
Just for people who don't know what anime is Japanese cartoons, and people get dressed up in that.
People got really dressed up, and they're across the way from us in the same building. And so then his response was, I said, "Are you going to the Anime North today?" He said, "No, I'll be at my hotel." And then I realized I texted Max Bernier, not Max Clement, with this question. So I got the wrong Max, and I'm sure Max Bernier is wondering, why does Tony Clement want me to go to the anime convention?
Senior advisor asking if his guy is going to the anime, but he will be on stage here tonight, of course, Peter, we all know that, to give his speech. I want to thank you for your time today, Tony Clement.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's going to be fun.
Peter.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much. And that anime convention is right next door, and there are thousands of people there. They're all dressed up in these wild outfits. You thought you went there first.
I pulled up and I thought, wow, I was expecting a big crowd and some interesting people, but this is really broadening the tent.
I choose you, Pikachu.
All right.
Very progressive.
Yeah, At Issue Gang is here, and they're just a couple of meters away from us. Andrew and Chantel and Althea joining us tonight. They were with us last night, so in the last 24 hours, have you heard anything that's making you think either a different way or more confirmed about the way you were thinking last night? Andrew?
No. There's an old saying in the movie business, nobody knows anything. Nobody really knows the numbers on this because there are no good numbers. There are no good polls, really. You'd have to model not only the universe of Tory voters, but who's going to turn out, which candidate supporters are going to turn out more, and even more than that, having to model who's going to fill out their ballot all the way to 1 to the 10 and who's just going to leave it at 1 or 2, which is crucial to the outcome. So all you can go in is people's body language, the assumptions, the kind of models that people have tried to make. And yeah, so far it looks like maybe, probably Bernier in the lead, but nobody knows for sure.
All right, Chantal?
Still, if you talk to people, they will rather easily concede that they totally expect Maxime Bernier to win. So if he doesn't, he's going to be the most surprised person in this room. There's not a lot of fight going on the floor of this meeting. People are coming here. I've heard people who have supported other candidates, Erin O'Toole, Andrew Scheer, others who are now saying, well, we can all live with any of the first 3, including Maxime Bernier. So looking at the past 2 weeks, fairly quiet on the leadership front, and the mood here today, I would think that a lot of people are coming here with the notion that they shouldn't hurt the person that they believe will be the next leader.
All right, Althea, just before I get to you, I just want to let people know that you'll be seeing the pictures in the next minute or two. Well, they've already started. The people starting to stream into the room in terms of the supporters for various camps. They'll take up positions where they can. It's not like the normal conventions, or not normal, but some of the past conventions where each candidate was slotted a certain area. Here it's sort of first come, first serve. You grab the seats you can, and you get in position for the speeches to come. So we'll keep an eye on that. Althea, you've had your ear close to the ground. What have you been hearing there?
Well, it doesn't sound like it right now, but I would say earlier today it was pretty zen-like. There's a sense that the race is already over. Like the votes have already been cast. In all likelihood, the winner is already decided. We just don't know who that person is yet. And you know, like Deepak Oberoi, for example, told me he thinks he's going to be last. And Michael Chong's people are trying to spin that he might even be third, but he could be fourth. You should take me seriously that I might be fourth. You know, so that sort of positioning where I'm going to be on the ballot, it's not I'm going to win. That said, Chris Alexander did tell me he thinks that there is still a pathway of victory, and I should say he is one of the candidates that nobody expects will win. So that's a pretty bold assertion. But even Andrew Scheer, who most people think is the second person on the ballot, even he seems to feel like this is basically over. Earlier this week, he told me that he wishes more candidates had dropped out because then there would have been a sense of momentum and some consensus building around some of the candidates. And obviously that didn't happen for many reasons.
All right. Well, you talk about Andrew Scheer, so let's bring him into the conversation because he's with Catherine Cullen right now, Saskatchewan MP, former speaker, and certainly somebody who's regarded in the top tier of the candidates here this weekend. But Althea reporting that, well, let's find out what Catherine gets out of Andrew Scheer. Catherine.
Well, I think the first thing that we want to ask Andrew Scheer, Peter, is a lot of people have been saying, listen, a lot of these mail-in ballots are already sent in. So what do you think is at stake here for you tonight?
Well, I think the race is going to be so close, and there will be some people who vote tomorrow at one of the in-person voting locations or right here in Toronto. So it's our last pitch to convince those few thousand people that are still waiting to the last minute to make up their mind, to sell them on why I believe they should vote for me. So that's what my speech is all about tonight.
Okay, well, so here's your chance to give us a very quick preview. What do you think is your top selling point?
Well, I believe I can keep our conservative movement together. Conservatives aren't always united. Our movement is not always united, and when we're divided, we lose. It's very important the next leader finds the common ground between all the different kinds of conservatives and then can go and take that message to a broader audience of Canadians. We can all say some things at the podium tonight that make conservatives very happy and that conservatives agree with, but we have to be able to take that message to Canadians who didn't vote for us last time and convince them that it's conservative solutions that will address the issues facing our society.
There's one thing that I hear about you over and over. People talk about you as being a candidate who is sort of Stephen Harper with a smile, or like the nice guy version of Stephen Harper. Do you think that that's a good thing? You comfortable being described that way?
Well, I certainly don't mind that. I look at the record of the previous Conservative government. We got back to balanced budgets. We cut taxes every way that we could think of. We had a strong principled foreign policy that stood up for what was right around the world. And whatever it was that prevented Canadians from voting for us last time, I don't believe it was our policy. So I've offered a kind of a continuation of what worked, what saw Canada through the worst of the recession, but with my own personal style to it and with some innovative policies of my own.
Thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Peter?
All right, Catherine, thanks very much. Let's just make a couple of points well, not correct the record, but clarify the record on a couple of things. You heard it mentioned that Ben Harper is here, that's Stephen Harper's son. You won't have any trouble seeing him when we get a camera on him. He's very tall, great athlete. Young Ben Harper is here apparently at the convention, so we'll see. His dad is not, Stephen Harper, and the clarification or the correction on, I said something on your show.
What?
That an hour ago that I was surprised they weren't kind of celebrating Stephen Harper in some fashion here tonight. They did at the Vancouver convention.
Oh yeah, that's
a year ago.
Right.
Sometimes they save these things for when a new leader comes in. Anyway, Stephen Harper's not here. Brian Mulroney's not here. Although Kevin O'Leary, to your point about the under 30s, when Brian Mulroney won in 1983 at the convention where nearly a third of the delegates were thought to be under 30.
I would like to think it's 40% here. Let's see what happens, because I think the party is changing. It's morphing into a broader base, bigger tent. I think it happened in this campaign that lots of young people are interested. Why, how, doesn't matter. It's the fact that they bought memberships, they're getting engaged. Maybe their motivation is, I want a job. And I want to be part of the process that gets me one, which would be a good thing, because they certainly are not happy right now. That's what I found.
Can I tell you a demographic, though, that the Conservatives don't talk about enough and need to start talking about, and that's Indigenous people. Indigenous young people are the biggest growing demographic in Canada. They are a huge economic engine that the Conservative Party needs to start talking to and with in order to try and tap into. There has been almost no discussion about Indigenous issues, with the exception of Stephen Blaney, who wants to kill the Indian Act and just take Indigenous people off reserves. So if they want to tap into young people, totally, I think that makes sense. There's another part of that, though, which includes Indigenous Canadians.
But that's also an economic issue. Let's be clear. One of the greatest things that could happen for young Indigenous people would be to have greater employment. One of the things that would employ them was build a pipeline across the country. This government doesn't seem too inclined to be doing that. But, you know, Rosemary's absolutely right. There is a large Indigenous population, a young population that's growing, that's looking for leadership, but they have to be able to see themselves in their party of choice. Sure. And so the Conservative Party has to be cognizant of that. You're absolutely right.
Michelle, do you want to have
I agree with that. I'd just say this, though. I think where we contrast with like the Liberal Party is that we look at equality of opportunity for all Canadians. You know, we were just talking about immigration issues, new Canadians. I think that what's been lacking in the national dialogue writ large is a conversation about how young people are going to work over the next 10 or 20 years. The Liberals have said, look, we're going to go into these massive deficits and see some serious growth, but we haven't seen that happen. And so while I think we need to talk about specific challenges within specific demographic groups in Canada and how we address that, what's been missing in the national dialogue writ large is economic growth. It's just been more about spending. And, you know, I think that that's where a lot of our candidates have hit some high notes that have contrasted where the Liberals have been over the last 18 months.
Well, we'll see whether they hit those notes in their speeches, which are coming up, you know, in about the next half hour when they start. Once again, 10 minutes each, that's all they get to use as they wish. It doesn't have to be all a speech, it could be a video. Some have videos. I think the Max Bernier 10 minutes is mostly video, and he'll have a shorter 1 or 2 minute ad-lib speech at the end of it. But these can be interesting choices that the candidates make on how they will use their time. And, you know, one of the things about this convention that people have said, there's no drama to it. Let's talk about that for a minute. You want to see drama? You want to see drama from a convention? Let's go back to 2003. A couple of great moments in the convention. you knew this was coming. The PC convention in 2003. Watch this.
David, what are you going to do if it's not over after the next round? McKay is first, Prentice is second. Suddenly, who'd have thunk it? You're the kingmaker. What are you going to do?
Then we're going to have a fascinating drama on the convention floor.
Peter MacKay, 1,128 votes. David Orchard, 617 votes. Jim Prentice, 761 votes.
David, the first words out of your mouth were, the drama begins now. What are you going to do?
What will he do? This is very unusual.
Who are you going to work with? Can you work with Peter MacKay?
We can work with all the great team of candidates. I think we've got somebody coming.
Here's MacKay moving out of his area, but so everybody's moving here.
We're just going to go to David if he doesn't come to them.
We're moving towards the David Orchard camp with Peter MacKay.
Well, there you go. You've got the convention floor hug.
And there you go.
The shaking of hands.
We'll work together to build this party.
I look forward to it.
We're walking out of here together.
Yeah, you haven't aged a day.
No, a lot of miles on since then.
Tell me about that moment, because I mean, you want drama at a convention, you couldn't get more than that, which is one of the knocks on those conventions. You know, that it's all backroom deals, and you know that the real people, the delegates, you don't have a choice. But in that moment, what was it like?
Well, it certainly was dramatic. I mean, we go to a convention to win, right? And while it was seen as dramatic, I was the only one that wasn't really into these discussions until the very end. There was all kinds of other discussions happening throughout the lead up to the convention itself. So, I mean, when I watch that now, I have to be honest, it's almost surreal because so much is going on. I heard Tony Clement talking earlier about the adrenaline that you feel. It's like a sporting event in many ways in a delegated convention like that, where you have people there, there's demonstrations going on, the speeches, the lead up to the culmination of the vote. But that does bring a certain amount of viewer attention when you have those sort of dramatic outcomes that are less predictable. It's not putting ballots into a machine and having the machine do the calculation. The final outcome is determined by that type of interaction between candidates and camps. And there's a lot of discussion that goes on between the camps in that process.
And the drama continued because you got Orchard's support with the promise that this wouldn't happen, that the two parties wouldn't get together. And
But I'll tell you something else, Peter. Has there ever been a convention that wasn't decided by a deal? You've covered a lot of them.
That's a great point.
I mean, this is sort of something that's often overblown. And, in terms of the transparency and the behind-the-scene deal-making, it was written on a piece of paper that was released to you in the media. It was written in plain English what the deal was. And then, I remind everyone, we had another little process called the most inclusive, most broad consultation with the entire party, where everybody got to vote on what the future of the party was going to be. And I think that's been the hallmark of the success.
10 years of government, right?
Led to 10 years of government, but the Conservative Party has always been based on going back to the members. And that's why, regardless of what happens this weekend, they'll do so again in preparation for an election in 2019.
Whenever things slow down over this weekend, we'll just bring that tape back and run it again.
Anytime.
Let's go down to the floor. Hannah Thibodeau. Hannah.
Hi, Peter. We're standing here, and one of the big things about conventions is family. We have Deepak O'Brien, and Rosie, this is for you. Deepak has his scarf on tonight, his Deepak scarf. Deepak, what's this last 8 months been like?
It has been one of the most fascinating experience I've ever had. As you know, was the Parliamentary Secretary of Foreign Affairs. I traveled over the world. I met world leaders everywhere, had an experience. But when I came into this one, this brought me into the domestic country, into our country, being engaged with Canadians from coast to coast. And I can tell you, it is one of the most fantastic experiences I've ever had.
Now, we know who you're going to put as your number one choice.
Who? What do you
think? It's written on your scarf. I'm just going to assume that. Now, who are you going to pick as your number two?
Listen, my picking number two is not important. It's important where the members were going to pick them up. So I have asked the other candidates to sell themselves to my membership. And if they're successful in selling themselves, they'll vote for the guy. Why would I want to tell people, right, who they should vote?
Okay, so I'm going to skip past you for a second because I think this is the next generation. This is David. This is Deepak's 11-year-old grandson. Now, you're interested in politics, right?
Right.
Now, what do you want to do? Do you want to take your grandfather's job?
Yes, I would.
You would? Do you want to become Prime Minister?
Yes.
Why do you want that job?
To change the world for the good.
And did you learn a lot of lessons from your grandfather, and what did you learn?
I learned that you can change the world for the better, and I learned he's a really good politician.
Well, I don't think you can get a better pitch than that, Deepak.
And my granddaughter.
And we can't miss out on your granddaughter, too. I want to thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Peter.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much. Deepak will be second up in terms of the speeches tonight. Michael Chong is first, Deepak O'Brien is second. Deepak O'Brien is also second choice for Kevin O'Leary.
That's right.
Number one, Max.
Yeah.
Number two, Deepak. He thinks he's going to finish last. That obviously didn't work.
I think four of them will come right out on the first ballot, obviously, because this is unprecedented. We only have 10 slots. We have 13 candidates, so at least 3 of them are gone.
But they can only drop one per
I think
ballot.
you'll see an accelerated dropping process. In other words, we won't be waiting 15 minutes between drops.
Do you think you'll be part of those 4?
You know, that's really interesting because...
okay, hold it. I got to go to I got to go to one who's still on, definitely on the ballot, and that's Lisa Raitt, who is with Catherine Cullen. Catherine.
Yeah, hi there, Peter. Just waving to some of her fans right now. So, Lisa, what if you have one policy you think that really defined you, the thing that made you stand out from all this other field of candidates? What would you say that was in this race?
I'm going to say it's the one where I talk about the importance of not forgetting the vulnerable and making sure that we do what's necessary in our healthcare to help people of families with autism, to help people who are caregiving with people with dementia and Alzheimer's, and people with rare diseases. It's an area that we don't talk about as conservatives a lot, but I got to tell you, the amount of people that came forward to tell me how important it was to hear that there was something in our government that allowed them to be part of it was amazing. And that was, I think, the piece that defined me differently from the rest, looking out for each other, the vulnerable.
You are, I think, generally viewed as quite a well-liked MP. People have had a lot of good things to say about you. The polling, though, that we've seen has put you somewhere around the middle of the pack. Are you satisfied with how this campaign went? Do you feel frustrated at this point?
You know, it's an excellent question. I am so happy I joined this campaign. I have not regretted a moment of it. I think it's so important to put forth the views of somebody born in Cape Breton who lives in Ontario and has 2 kids and just trying to make things work. And I think it resonated with a lot of Canadians who may not have thought that they had conservative values, and they do. And quite frankly, that was me at the beginning. I didn't know 15 years ago that how I felt was necessarily, you know, the bedrock of conservative values. So no, I'm so happy I did this. And where I end up in the voting of the membership is where the members place me. But I'm still part of the team, and I hope that the new leader, if it's not me, knows that I'm part of a good team, an important team.
I've heard people talking about the importance that you might play for a new leader in trying to bring the caucus together, try to bring the party together. Do you think that you're going to be potentially a bit of a power player going forward?
Well, it's not about power. It's about bringing people together in unity. I'm going to talk about that tonight in my 10 minutes because the unity of this party is so important going forward. We really do need to win in 2019, and I'm there to help the leader in any way.
Thank you for your time. Peter?
All right, Catherine, thanks very much. Here's the list of candidates who are still trying to attract votes. And the order of the speeches we'll get to in a little bit, but starting off will be Michael Chong, followed by Deepak Oprai. A lot of the kind of heavyweights are in the first major chunk of the speeches, certainly in the first half. Of the speeches. Then it gets, they're kind of sprinkled there in the second half. But once again, 10 minutes each to use as they wish. Let's go down to the at-issue panel once again, because speeches which are coming up shortly after the official opening of the convention, which will take, it'll only be a couple of minutes. You'll want to see it. Caroline Mulrooney also has a role in the beginning. We're talking about the Harper children and the Mulrooney children. Neither of the fathers are here at the convention. Okay, back to at issue on the speeches. The importance of speeches, what you guys will be looking for, and who in particular you may be watching to see what they say and how they say it. Chantal?
Well, until the results are in, people are going to hedge their bets, but I would bet that if you were a New Democrat or a Liberal strategist tonight, you would be watching Maxime Bernier's speech for false, for what doesn't connect, for all the things that you can attack if the expectation is that he comes out of here as the Conservative leader. I think for the people in the room, that is also the most important speech, and how he handles it is going to be important to them.
Andrew?
Well, I mean, it's to the extent it's not a foregone conclusion. I mean, there's still, if it's closer than people think, then you still want to see what Andrew Scheer has to say, what Bernier has to say, because there's still some people who haven't voted. But I really think it's going to be more about what we talked about last night as the second campaign. There is about to get underway quite a major struggle within this party if Bernier is the winner. Him trying to put his stamp on the party, trying to get consent and support for this fairly radical platform that he's got, and lots of other people pushing back. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of the more moderate, using that word without any value judgment, more moderate candidates like O'Toole, like Raitt, trying to kind of put their stamp on this, maybe trying to frame the result, trying to box Bernier in. So you may see some sort of coded or not so coded appeals for the party not to get too far out to the right, too far out of where the mainstream voters are.
Althea?
I think we're going to see that. I mean, Lisa Raitt has already told you that her speech is not going to be about courting new voters. It's going to be about talking about the future of the party and the role that she thinks she's going to play in that party. And I think that's one of the surprising things that we've seen in this leadership race.
Althea, sorry, just hold on one sec. We've got the alleged leader in all this about to come into the room, so we just want to take a peek. There he is, Maxime Bernier. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Conservative Party of Canada leadership events will begin in 10 minutes.
CBC here, right here. I just wonder if you could tell me, what do you hope to accomplish tonight?
First of all, tonight I think every candidate did a great campaign, and we're a great team, and it will be the unity message tonight that will be important for the party.
A lot of people have said that that might be a challenge for you because you don't have a lot of caucus support. So talking about unity is one thing, but how do you make it happen?
I'm looking for that challenge, and we'll see. I don't know if I'll be the leader or not. The member will decide, but we'll see, and we'll have a nice discussion with the members, and that's the beginning. That will be, I hope, the beginning of a new era for our party. Thank you.
Prepared to put a little bit of water in your wine when it comes to your policies?
Thank you. We'll see.
I try.
Okay, he wants the United Party, and we'll see whether he'll put a little.
You could see it.
He'll put a little water in his wine. Okay, I want to just let Althea finish the point she was making. Go ahead, Althea.
Well, actually, I was going to talk to you about why there are still 13 people in the race, but I think Maxime's point of that we'll see if he's going to put some water in with the wine. I feel like I should probably mention here that Chris Alexander actually told me that when Max Bernier was courting his support, he was told that there was one campaign for the Conservative leadership and there would be another campaign with different issues, which is what actually caucus has said they want to see going forward. So there may be a new Maxime Bernier brand that we are going to see emerge in the months and weeks ahead. But why there are 13 candidates, Lisa Raitt 2 months ago said she thought people needed to check their egos and do, 7 candidates, she said, needed to pull out of the contest for the good of the party. And now I'm starting to think that maybe she just meant Kevin O'Leary needed to drop out of the contest, because ever since he dropped out, we are not hearing that at all. And in fact, the way the party structured the contest, and now even party insiders, like organizational people in the party, are now admitting that this was not the race that they envisioned. They thought that the entrance fee was going to be high enough to discourage entrance, and that obviously that didn't happen. But also this contingency fee, this $50,000, was not based on a level of support that you had to obtain. It was only based on basically abiding by the rules. And had it been a process like during elections, where if you don't get a certain threshold, you don't get your deposit back, if they had something like that, then we would have seen fewer candidates on this stage. So the reason we have 13 people is because the party structured the race in this way.
All right. Thanks, Althea. We'll be back to the at-issue panel as the evening progresses. Let's take a peek on the convention floor, because they're starting now this room to fill up, and they're about 10 minutes away, less than 10 minutes actually. Fill up maybe isn't the right word. A lot of empty seats here, but a lot of people standing around who haven't taken their seats yet in the area. Oh, yeah. Look who's here.
Yeah. That's good.
He doesn't want to be on camera, though, he said.
How are you?
I'm good, I'm good.
Great.
You're doing the rounds.
Yes, I'm doing what I have to do and waiting for now. I don't know what will happen.
What did this guy do for you?
He will be my special economic advisor for free. Can you believe that? A capitalist guy that will work for free?
You're really going to take his economic advice?
I don't know. he will give, but I don't know what I'll do with that.
Are you ready for this speech? You got to give a big speech.
I'm ready, yeah.
Yeah?
I'm ready. I'm waiting for tomorrow. I hope I'll be able to deliver a speech tomorrow. So that's what we'll see. And
okay.
I'm a little bit stressed, but it's a nice stress.
Rosie? Okay, careful.
Good luck.
You're very welcome.
Hey, I'm on the air. Got to run. Good to see you, John.
Hi, Reynolds. How are you?
Pleasure to meet you.
Hey. All right.
Okay, all right.
So, okay, enough for the handshake. I should have run.
You should
You're very popular.
Team Mansbridge right here.
I wonder if he's told Tony Clement you're going to be his economic advisor.
Yeah, Tony wants that job.
You know, I think there's some policies that Max have that are worth debating from the American perspective now, because late in the campaign, all of a sudden...
He's been doing a lot of that lately.
No, but you know why? Because right at the end of this campaign, Wilbur Ross and Donald Trump threw the gauntlet on NAFTA on all of us. And this campaign really hasn't had a chance to discuss that in terms of policy. Now, that's an area where I think it's going to get very interesting, particularly on automotive and energy export. And I think we're going to have to build within this party some expertise within caucus and external expertise to negotiate with Trump. Because I don't think in the next 24 months that deal's going to get done, Peter.
All right, let's go back on the convention floor. Another candidate. This one is interesting, how he does in the voting tomorrow and how he does in his speech tonight. He's with Hannah Thibodeau. Hannah.
Hi, Peter. Absolutely. Pierre Lemieux, self-proclaimed one of the two candidates in this race that are the social conservative side of this. You were just telling me what it's been like with your campaign, and you've really started to punch through, you feel, in some of the other campaigns.
Oh, absolutely. We've run a great campaign from the very start. I'm here to represent all conservatives, but I have a very particular invitation to people who have social conservative values, to people who have faith-based values, and to people who have life values, to ensure that they're politically engaged, to ensure that they are members of our party, to make their voice heard at this critical time. And you're right, the messaging that we've been sending out all throughout this campaign, it has been resonating with Canadians right across our country.
Now, in this race, who do you think, you know, at the beginning, you started to get your message out. It might have been a little bit slow, but it really has started to pick up in the last little bit. Who do you think you might have stolen some of the votes from?
I think it's hard to say, because I find the polling to be wildly inaccurate all throughout the campaign. There's a lot of speculation, but it's not based in fact. And when we finally got some hard numbers, which is on fundraising, released by Elections Canada, I'm in the top 3. I think that surprised a lot of national media personnel and other campaigns where they thought, oh, you know, we're well ahead of Lemieux. No, you're not. Elections Canada released fundraising data, and there I am within the top 3, higher than Andrew Scheer, higher than Erin O'Toole, higher than Michael Chong, higher than Lisa Raitt, in the top 3. And that means that my message has been resonating with Canadians all across our country.
So your message to people here tonight, watch you.
You're going to like my message tonight. It's the message I've been delivering all campaign, but here I am on the national stage. I was able to deliver parts of it in our debates, but we were always constrained by time. You have 60 seconds, you have 90 seconds. Tonight, I have 10 minutes. It's going to pass quickly, but it's going to be an engaging speech I give, and I think Canadians will see the difference between me and the other leadership candidates running in this race, and I think they're going to like that difference.
Pierre Lemieux, I want to thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Peter.
All right, Hannah, thank you. Well, you saw Max Bernier here just a moment ago talk about how he was stressed. Pierre Lemieux's not stressed. He sounded pretty confident, but do his numbers make sense? We're going to ask Eric Grenier that in a second, but first, the ballot process. 3 things you need to know about it. Here once again, Chad Rogers.
My name is Chad Rogers. Here are 3 things you need to know about the ballot being used to elect the next leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. About 259,000 Canadians, all of whom are paid-up members of the Conservative Party, have by now received a ballot at their home in the mail. They've got to fill it out, mail it back in, and that's their way of participating in electing the next leader. This ballot, though, doesn't look like the one we see when we vote in general elections in Canada. Number 1, the ballot is big. There are 14 names on it, and you get to mark it 10 times, your preferences from 1 to 10. Secondly, the ballot, when you receive it, has a number of pieces. You have to assemble it. You vote on your secret ballot up to 10 times. You put it in a sealed envelope. You sign a small form that says you are who you say you are. And finally, you make a photocopy of your identification and mail it into party headquarters. Thirdly, the count is going to be complicated. When you have a preferential ballot, you resort. What does that mean? Every time someone drops off the ballot, well, if your first choice is gone, all your votes go to your second, and so on and so forth, until a leader is elected. The interesting thing about this process, you can't cede your vote to party bosses. You can't make deals on the convention floor. Every party member has given their clear intent that if their first choice doesn't get elected, they get to say who they'd like instead.
All right. Well, Eric Grenier joins us, CBC's polling analyst. Eric, thanks to Chad for explaining all that to us. It helps to try to understand that process. Just before him, you heard Pierre Lemieux. He's convinced he's in the top 3. You crunch the numbers. You watch those, the money that's raised by each candidate. You watch the membership numbers that they bring forward. Can you put him in third?
That if he ends up in third place on the first ballot, it's certainly not impossible. He's right when he says that he's doing very well in fundraising and in the number of donors. And in the end, it doesn't matter if you donated $1,000 or $10, your vote still counts the same. So Pierre Lemieux would be one of those wild cards to watch. If he has a strong first ballot performance, he can pick up support throughout the evening from someone like Brad Prost, who has explicitly invited his supporters to rank Pierre Lemieux second choice. So he is someone to keep an eye on where his votes might go after that if he doesn't end up going to the end with Maxime Bernier. Maxime Bernier is considered the front runner here. He's been raising the most money, well over $2 million. He's been leading in the polls by a wide margin, and we'll have to wait and see tomorrow night if those numbers, those metrics that we've been following turn out in the same way when the ballots are finally counted.
You know, Eric, it's hard to compete with what's going on the stage right now, but we got the message, and we'll take that into account. We'll be talking to Eric, obviously, throughout this weekend, and especially tomorrow when those ballots start to be counted. Thanks, Eric. We're going to keep our eye on the stage, not fight it in some places. We want to take a little bit of this or no? Saxophone, isn't that what you play?
No, it's not what I play, but hey, I could pretend, Peter.
She's a musician too, right? We'll keep an eye on the stage. Things will be starting in the next 15 or 20 minutes, but I want to bring up a couple points. Rosie, you've been passing me great notes here in the last 15 minutes.
Just so you can take credit, not me. Go ahead.
Right. No, but there's some of them need some, further development. First of all, on the ballots, this is a great one. The Tories have advised us that they're up to 130,000 mailed ballots now, and they're going to be coming here by armored car at 3:30 in the morning. Scrutineers have to be there to monitor this whole process.
Which means hospitality suite action for the scrutineers is quite limited.
Yeah.
You've got to stay awake until 4 to make sure that everything's coming in.
What is the last moment of ballots to be voted tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow it's 4.
Yeah, they vote all the way up to 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. First ballot we'll hear probably around 6 o'clock tomorrow night. And then as many ballots after that as possible. And let me get a couple of these other things. This one's important. Michelle talked about money raised. Conservatives raised $5.3 million, over 42,000 contributions, another $5 million to leadership candidates. That's in the first quarter of 2017. Liberals, $2.8 million from just over 31,000 contributors. NDP, 900,000 from over 13,000 contributors. The NDP just going in now into their leadership race. Their numbers, should go up in the second and third quarter. But what does that tell us?
Listen, the Liberals are upset and nervous about that. The other part of that was that as we were on air, there was another desperate plea that went out from the Liberal Party saying, we've got 24 hours trying to use the threat of a new leader to get Liberals to start paying up. The Liberals are very concerned about their fundraising numbers. I don't think that's an exaggeration. They know that the Conservatives have always been better at getting a broad base of Canadians to donate a small amount of money. But the other thing to keep in mind, the reason that those Liberal numbers may be low, they had to shut down those big Cash for Access fundraisers that the Prime Minister was doing through the fall that got him into trouble. They've now put in a new policy in place where they have to advertise it so many days in advance. They have to talk about the donors that were there. So those numbers may pick up now because they are starting to do the fundraisers again, but they stay in a more transparent way. But regardless, if the Conservative Party's got $10 million this year alone, that's pretty astounding.
I wonder if we're getting too punitive in allowing people to raise money. I think it's too hard to raise money. Because people we can't even open up their homes anymore. I had many wealthy donors say to me, I'll hold a fundraiser for you, but I don't want anybody pursuing or excluding my address or including it in an email. Why do I have to be so...
Well, that's the opposite of Conservative talking points,
let me
Michelle,
trying to pull that down. I mean, I think what's fantastic about the Canadian political system writ large is that we're largely free of corporate donations and the wealthy controlling our political process. I wouldn't have gotten into politics or have been elected if I had to rely on, multi-million-dollar corporate donations or a wealthy Rolodex. The reality is that a ban on corporate donations and limited personal donations allow women, minorities, and a broad range of Canadians to get into the race. I don't think that's a partisan issue.
Okay.
It's just something that's good policy.
Just a moment of silence here in the room now for those who served for Canada. And obviously the Manchester bombing here this week.
Thank you. Merci. We are one with the people of Manchester as they deal with this heartbreak. We also take the inspiration from the way you've pulled together and you've refused to let this tragedy divide you, and you carry on with resolve. Manchester is strong. Manchester will continue to be strong. And we are strong in our support for Manchester. Thank you, merci. Bonsoir, chers conservateurs.
Good evening, dear Conservative friends, and welcome to Toronto.
Welcome, my friends, to the great city of Toronto. There's a reason why we chose to come and have our leadership event here in Toronto. And it's not because of the anime convention next door. It's because metropolitan Toronto is supposed to be a liberal stronghold. Eh bien, j'ai des nouvelles pour les pontifes politiques.
Well, I have news for you, particularly when it comes to the Liberals.
Our caucus is united. Over 250,000 Canadians are now members of our party. That's a record. And folks, in the first quarter of this year, we raised over $5.2 million. That's twice what Justin Trudeau raised. Yeah. Sans plus, sans plus, mes amis, the Conservative Party is strong. We're strong in the East, we're strong in the West, we're strong in the country, and we're strong in the city, including the city of Toronto. It's an honor to be your president and to serve our great party. And I'd like to personally thank Rona Ambrose for her fantastic leadership. Folks, I'd also like to thank the staff at headquarters for their hard work and for all of our volunteers and activists for their support for our great party. Tomorrow, when our new leader takes over, he or she will inherit a party that is in spectacular shape and is ready to send the Liberals packing in 2019. All of you have worked very, very hard and with great passion for your individual candidates. Samedi sera, certains d'entre vous seraient
Saturday, many of you will be very happy,
seront naturellement déçus.
and others will naturally be
After the votes have been
disappointed.
counted, we will come together as one strong, principled, and united party. This is what our members want and what Canadians need. This country simply cannot afford another 4 years of Justin Trudeau. And with that, I'd like to hand over the podium to the chair of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee, my friend and colleague, Dan Nolan. Mesdames et messieurs, voulez
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Dan Nolan.
All right, so the president of the Conservative Party, Scott Lamb, talking to those who've come in the room. I got to say, there are a lot of
Thank
empty
you,
seats
Scott,
here
and
for these speeches. Maybe people are sitting in their hotel rooms, or they're sitting in their homes across the country.
There's actually only
making their decision.
one row that's empty. Everything else is full. But
You're trying hard.
like if you look
the bar is
behind,
outside,
it's actually really full
The
on
bar,
the other
the
side.
bar is
so.
outside.
Okay.
That's why, I think. But it's just me.
All right. Whatever. Scott Lamb's talking about unity. You heard Max Bernier when he was coming in here, which is kind of the thing the leaders talk about after they've won, right? We've got to be united. We've got to leave this place united. The president's talking about it already. And Max Bernier talking about it. I'm sure they'll all kind of refer to it in some fashion in their speeches tonight, because it's an important part of trying to, preempt any divisions that may be created over the weekend.
Critically important. I don't think this contest has been a particularly bruising affair. We've seen contests where it got personal, it got nasty, in spite of the fact that there is a very broad discussion on a lot of policies and people differentiate and feel passionately about it. I didn't see that animosity, at least in my coverage.
Did that surprise you? I mean, when there are that many candidates in, Michelle, were you surprised that they didn't kind of take their gloves off? We've seen it in, in other campaigns.
It's interesting. I just polled my membership, which is quite high in my riding, on what the number one trait they were looking at in terms of voting. And the thing that came out over and above by a large order of magnitude, I think it was about 70%, was sort of the capacity to unite the party and beat the Liberals. And, at the end of the day, a lot of the people that are running have been caucus members for a long time. They've shown the capacity to support the party and to work within the party system towards that broader goal. And I think that even though you've got a really hearty group of caucus that are supporting different leadership contestants, at the end of the day, we are united. I have not felt that. Like Rosemary said that earlier, if Max wins, there's going to be a challenge within caucus because he doesn't have the caucus support. I've sat in that caucus room, and even though we've got people that are on opposite sides of contestants, the desire to bring good government to Canada in 2019 supersedes all of that. And I think that actually one of the strengths our new leader is going to have is a united caucus.
And civility and substance, I think, is going to be a big part of this. In order to take on the sunny ways, you want to be able to replace that with a happy face, but real substance on issues around the economy, on issues around security, things that matter in people's backyards and back pockets.
Fine. What if Kelly Leitch wins? You going to be a happy little club there on Monday?
Well, we'll
What if
see.
Kelly Leach went?
Yeah, I mean, Lisa Raitt went after Kelly Leach in the debate. That was that was the one
You know,
sort of moment
it's
of vitriol, you know.
It's interesting you say that, Rosemary. I was actually surprised that, given that there were so many candidates, the elbows didn't get up a little bit more.
Sure.
Look,
There wasn't a chance to go after each other. One of the faults of this race,
I disagree
which
with you.
will never be repeated again, was this party made incredibly bad television over and over and over again by not culling the herd to 5 or 6 candidates. You can say anything you like, Michelle. The fact is, it was horrific
I
TV.
will say what I want to say.
And I know you will, but I'm telling you, I was there, and it was brutal. It was brutal. It was a huge mistake. It'll never happen again. The new party mechanics will not allow 14 candidates in a race ever again. I guarantee you.
You know, what I've learned in the last couple of years is that what you're allowed to say and the format that you're allowed to say it in has changed. You have so many social media followers. I mean, you've got your ability to put the elbows up. I was
talking about
surprised that on
television.
Facebook and on, Twitter, where a lot of this race actually played out, that our candidates didn't get a little bit more chippy. And I think that was because of a desire to unite the party and actually beat Justin Trudeau in 2019.
Lisa Raitt went after you.
Absolutely, and that's fair game. But the point is, if you can't use the platform of television to gain a social media following, then you have no ammunition whatsoever. These candidates have a few thousand followers. They never got a chance to build a brand. It was unfair to them.
Maybe.
I think it's absolutely the case.
I had to broadcast the debates, and I can tell you the numbers weren't exactly through the roof.
I caught you sleeping during those debates. That's
like,
the
it's not
problem
like
with
people were tuning in, and it may have been the format problem, but
10-second answers don't
maybe.
work.
Okay, got to go back to the stage. We're about to see the speeches. Who's up? Candice Bergen and Caroline Mulroney, daughter of Brian Mulroney, and someone a lot of people have been looking at, along with her brother, as possibilities in leadership roles in the future.
What about you, Caroline? Any thoughts about entering politics? You know that there have been some
Here we go then.
Genius.
Run for my dad's old job? Why would anyone want to run for their dad's old job? Mais je crois qu'il ne faut jamais dire jamais.
But I think one should never say never.
Or when you'll be bitten by the political bug.
Oh, you'll know. There are signs.
Comme quoi? Like what? Lever des fonds? Kissing babies?
Raising money?
Frapper aux portes?
Nope. Order in life-size cardboard cutouts of yourself on Amazon.ca. But listen, Caroline, if you start getting the urge to buy Broadway tickets and Snapchat filters, you better come and see me, okay?
Will do. Will do.
All right, everyone, on with the show.
Tonight is all about who will be our next leader. Dans un moment, les discours des candidats
In a
vont
minute,
commencer.
we will hear
Each
from the
candidate
candidates.
will be given 10 minutes to make their case as to why they would be the best person to lead the Conservative Party of Canada.
And then tomorrow, you will have your say with the results being announced right here on Saturday night.
It's going to be an exciting couple of days, so let's get things started. Veuillez m'aider à accueillir Joey Nicheforo
Please
sur la scène,
welcome
qui vous dirigera
Chini
pendant le Haut-Canada.
Chudikoso,
Joey
who
will be
will
joined by Rosemary Siemens on
sing O
violin,
Canada.
Eli Bennett on saxophone, and Jay Leonard on guitar.
paix protégera nos foyers et nos droits. Au Canada, we stand on guard for
National anthem kicking things off. The speeches are about to begin in the next few moments at the opening order. Michael Chong,
Wow, thank you
Deepak
so
Oberoi,
much,
Aaron
Joey
O'Toole,
Rosemary,
Brad
and
Trost,
that beautiful
Max Bernier will be number 5. And there'll be 8 more to go after
For
that.
the past 16 months, candidates for the leadership of this party have traveled the country, meeting with members, discussing ideas, and showing Canadians that there is a strong alternative to the Trudeau government.
Tonight is the final public opportunity for them to make their case to you, the members, and to the nation. Each candidate has been given 10 minutes to use however they wish, and their order of appearance has been determined through a random draw. Chaque candidat dispose de 10 minutes
Each
pour
candidate
employer
will
le
have
temps
10
qui lui est
minutes
imparti
that
comme
can
bon
be
lui
used
semble.
as he
Et
or she
l'ordre dans
wishes.
lequel les candidats se présentent
And
a
the
été
order in
déterminé
which
par un
they are
tirage au
presented
sort.
was determined
On
by a
behalf
random
of my
draw.
colleagues in the House of Commons and the 250,000 Conservatives across the country, I would like to congratulate all candidates on running such a great race. We are proud of you, and you should be very proud of yourselves. Candidates, the floor is now yours.
Okay, so the first speaker will be Michael Chong. He'll be on the clock for 10 minutes. Here's a few things you need to know about Michael Chong. Watch this. We recognize Quebec as a nation within Canada. That was the Harper Cabinet, calling for a revenue
If we do
neutral
not have a
carbon
credible
tax.
policy on the environment, we will give the next election to the Trudeau Liberals.
So here we go with Michael Chong.
The sacrifices of Canadian soldiers that came in generations before. I'm in this leadership race because I believe in the values that those Canadian soldiers stood for so long ago.
Je suis dans cette course parce que je désire redonner à ce pays qui m'appelle ainsi que ma famille tout ce que nous avons.
I'm in this leadership race because I believe in this country and I want to live a better Canada. A Canada of hope and opportunity. A Canada that regardless of your race, your religion, your creed, regardless of where you've come from,
Un Canada qui s'efforce de créer de l'espoir et de l'opportunité pour tous et toutes.
that's the kind of party I want to build.
There he is, Michael Chong, arriving with some of his family and supporters on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, what a fantastic crowd here tonight. My name is Carrie Chong, and I am Michael's wife. The past year has been truly an amazing experience for our family. Yes, Michael has been away a lot. Les heures ont été longues et les matchs
The
de
hours
football
were
ont
long,
été ratés.
and the football games
The
were
list
too.
of chores at the farm grows longer and longer. But was it all worth it? Absolutely. We have grown as a family. Nous avons rencontré tant de Canadiens
We met
incroyables
so many
à travers
incredible
le pays.
Canadians right across this country.
We have witnessed the unrelenting dedication of the Chongtaraj. And above all, we have been immensely proud to be a part of Michael's bid for Conservative leader. So, with the help of this gang here, without further ado, we would like to introduce my husband,
Mon papa.
my dad,
Michael Chong!
Thank you. Thank you. Merci. Les 12 derniers mois ont été incroyables.
The last 12 months have been incredible.
I've met so many wonderful people across this vast land. It has been the privilege of my life to run for the leadership of our great party, the Party of Confederation. 150 years ago, this July 1st, our founders created a new country. They built a constitution and democratic institutions that have endured to this very day. Ils ont fait du Canada un pays libre,
They made
prospère
Canada a
et
free,
uni,
prosperous, and
qui
united
a su
country
combler les
that
divisions
was able
ethniques,
to
linguistiques et religieuses.
meet all the problems associated with divisions.
The Memorial to Confederation in Charlottetown says, Providence being their guide, they built better than they knew. This July 1st, this July 1st, on our 150th, are we building better than we know? We have a prime minister more focused on the next tweet than on tackling our runaway budget deficit. Un premier ministre se soucie davantage de son
Prime Minister who's more concerned about his next trip than the next crucial decision.
Trappings of power, but fails to see that real leadership requires real decisions to make Canada great. We can do better. And it starts by unleashing the entrepreneurial spirit of Canadians. That's why I've proposed one of the largest income tax cuts in Canadian history, an $18 billion tax cut that will get this economy moving. And it starts by getting out of the way of the private sector and letting free markets do what they do best, which is allocate capital and talent efficiently and effectively, which is why I have proposed to privatize CMHC, the root cause of Canada's housing crisis. Il faut ensemble un plan crédible.
We need a credible plan, a plan that is focused on a free market in order to reduce our emissions and protect our environment.
With a plan for real It starts with a plan for real democratic reforms to return power to the people and to ordinary grassroots party members. And it starts with building a much bigger Conservative Party that includes Canadians of all races, all religions, all creeds, and from all regions of Canada, a party that does better for Canada's First Peoples. And it starts by taking the fight to Trudeau. You know, Trudeau said that Canada has no core identity, that we're just a collection of different groups, that we are the first post-national state. I could not disagree more. We as Canadians are a nation of some 36 million people on the north half of this vast continent with a common identity, a common purpose rooted in our shared citizenship, our two official languages, our shared history, our collective institutions, and our future together. That's who we are as Canadians, that's who we are as Conservatives, and that is what we are fighting for. Now, I'd like to say a few thank yous. First, I'd like to thank our campaign staff who have been with us right from the beginning. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you, and there's 24 hours left to get out the vote. Let's get every last vote out to win this thing. Je souhaite aussi remercier nos trois fils.
I would also like to thank our three sons, William, Alistair, and Cameron. Your dad spent a lot of time far from home this year, and I missed a lot of family suppers and soccer games. You were so good, and you're...
Rosie, to talk about what we've witnessed. I mean, these speeches, one of the things they got to do is get supporters excited by going after the Liberals. Chong did that. The other thing he does is, though, he kind of underlines one of the problems they have, and that is the ability in French.
Yeah, he is one of the candidates that speaks French very well, and he also demonstrated that his wife speaks French very well, which is interesting. Not everyone does. And not speaking French, sorry, not speaking French is an issue.
C'est pas vrai, c'est pas vrai.
Okay, on continue d'abord. No, okay. Peter MacKay, I know, like went into some lessons in French, but this party, and you made the point, you weren't going to win Quebec in part because you can't communicate with Quebec. So if you can't speak in French, you're not only missing out on Quebec, you're missing out on a vast majority of francophones outside of Quebec. I don't think we are in a place in this country where you can be prime minister and not have some ability to speak French. Stephen Harper started sort of at a lower place and got a lot better by the time went on.
Right.
Michael Chong is fluent, as is Andrew Scheer. Maxime Bernier, there's still some criticism about his English, but I found that over the past 12 months it's improved a lot.
Okay, let's just hear him wrap up here because he's swung now back beyond the thank yous.
It's been the story of my campaign over these last 12 months. Canada, a land of hope and opportunity, a nation that's a beacon to the world, a place of freedom in a world of conflict and strife. This is the Canada I fought for each and every day of the last year of this campaign. This is the Canada I will fight for in the Parliament that we represent. This is the future of our Conservative Party. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
All right, so Michael Chong does his 10 minutes. Kevin O'Leary, you campaigned against him. You were on stage with him. You were there when he got booed in Calgary for the carbon tax. What do you make of Michael Chong?
He's a very interesting man. Let me tell you a story from the road. You may remember the debate that ensued around the fake ballots within the party. I took a lot of heat for that. I'm glad I went through it. I'm glad the party has rid it, and it's out of all political processes, in my belief. I received a call from him while I was campaigning in a restaurant. I saw it was him, so I stopped talking. I went off to the side and listened to him. He said, look, what you did was important, and I know you're getting a tremendous amount of heat, and I know I beat you up yesterday when we were campaigning together, but I appreciate what you've done. But here's what I think we should do as a party. And if you ever become leader, consider this. Forget about selling memberships. Let's get millions of people to become members of the Conservative Party. Let's make this the broadest party in Canada by opening it up to anybody that wants to sign up to be a member. Do you think that's a good idea, Mr. O'Leary?
Without paying.
Without paying.
Right.
And I said, you know, Michael, I do. I think that's a very interesting idea. It would avoid the troubles we've had around these fraudulent memberships. How much of an advocate are you for this? And he said, not only am I an advocate, I took a lot of heat within caucus for even suggesting this, but I'm not going to stop. And I agree with him. I think it's a good thing. And I wish the party would consider that.
All right, Deepak Oberoi is the second candidate to start up in 10 minutes. Here quickly is what you need to know about him. Some basic facts. He's the longest serving Conservative MP in the caucus.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the great music. Folks, good evening. You see out there, my name is Deepak Oberoi, but I got a lot of names. You know, I got Deepak H, I got Deepak on CPAC, I got the Wise Owl, I got Captain Oberoi, and finally, I got the man with the scarf, you know? And so, very happy to be here, but before I start and I say anything, I want to thank my family who are over here, my wife Nina, my daughter who ran the campaign, my son-in-law, my grandchildren are here who will join me very soon.
But most importantly, my mother at home and the volunteers that have worked to help me run this campaign called DPAC, to all the volunteers. But I want to take a moment also to thank the party volunteers who have put up with me through all this debate and all these things. They could not understand what I was going to do, so they were in the dark. But thank you very, very much to everyone and to the video for doing a fantastic job. I want to thank all the volunteers as well as the donors who have put their faith in me, in my campaign, and I want to say thank you to each and every one of them. But most importantly, folks, I want to say thank you to the voters of Calgary East Forest Lawn for electing me for 7 times. And that fellow called John Bade, Mike and Michelle Rampel called Calgary East Forest Lawn DPACistan. It is called DPACistan. You know what, folks? My good friend Kelly Leach, when she comes there, she'll have to give an interview and she'll have to give her values on DPAC. But you're welcome, Kelly. Folks, when I decided to run, I had a simple, straightforward campaign. The campaign of inclusiveness, of diversity, and of equality. 20 years in this party told me that this was the route we had to go, and this is where I put in my effort. And guess what, folks? I want to say thank you to all those whom we called the old stock, you know. But, you know, folks, they have been the backbone of the Conservative Party. To them, I say thank you. People like Ken Walker, Don Lindwall, everyone, thank you very much for staying, you know, and maintaining our party. You know, sometime back in the House of Commons, we were making a speech, I was making a speech, and I said to the Liberal who were third party, you wake up and smell the thing. And they did. They became the government. So now it is time for me to say to my own party, wake up and smell the thing. You know? Folks, let it put it me this way. Well, this party is strong, this party is great. You know, I had the honor of going around the country. But there are some good points and there are some areas where we need to improve. One of those areas where we need to improve, in my analysis of our membership, the visible minorities only make up 10% of the membership today. That is an area where we need to improve. So the next leader job is that is the area where we need to go and improve. But the second point is, folks, when I went across the country, for the first time I saw a fantastic engagement of the young people, going to the universities, going to talking to them. You know, across this country, I saw a great potential, not also, but they were open to the message of where the future of this party should be. That is a big tent blue party. And to all of my colleagues, they have worked very hard. All of them who are on the stage, standing with me for the leadership, all of them have put efforts to build that, but we are still lacking. We are still lacking and there's room to go. But, folks, that is the future of our party. That is where we are going to go. And so, I now pledge, based on my experience, my knowledge, that from now on, I am going to be engaging with them. I will go to universities and talk to them, how they can run, how they can take part into the public office, because they are the future of this country. Now, can Evie and Devan come here, the future of this country? I will use my experience, my energy to go across. Folks, the future generation of our country. Yeah. And to them, I impart the knowledge that work, giving your time into public service is what it could be your calling. And if that is your calling, I will be there for you. I will guide you. And folks, the vehicle that I am going to use to reach out to these young folks and everybody who are out here and who are listening across this country, I tell them, I will be giving you all advice, all knowledge, all help. We will use dpackage.com as a vehicle for us, for me to communicate with them. Let the others and my good colleagues, they will all do excellent. As a team, folks, as a team, and I, after this race is over, whatever is the result, I will be part of that team. I can assure you that. But I am going one step beyond 2019, and I am telling you, because that was the message, folks, that I received from the young people. Very much interested, want to be this party, their party, a party of inclusiveness, diversity, of equality, of strong principles. That is what they see. And guess what, folks? Not a difficult issue at all. Because if we go out there, we can wish Justin Trudeau, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right,
my dear
Deepak Oberoi with his 10 minutes at the Conservative Leadership Convention and with his family, who we met earlier this evening. Peter MacKay, when he was doing his... You leapt in with an anecdote as to how he came up with that line.
Well, I love Deepak. He's a gregarious, hard-working guy who brings a lot, and he's striking the right tone in terms of themes, inclusivity, reaching out to young people, getting back to those things that matter most. I remember him speaking in the House when he made this famous statement about wake up and smell the thing. It was one of those late-night debates where we had to keep the clock running, and he just blurted this out as he was trying to sort of rag the puck in the debate. And it was one of those very funny moments. The Prime Minister came into caucus the next morning, and he started with, "Hey, you guys, wake up and smell the thing." So it resonates with a lot of Conservatives. It was a funny moment.
You got a shout-out in there.
I did. I mean, look, I think Deepak has brought some levity and some rationality to the race and some flavor. That's a good thing. I think that, we also need to be very focused on policy and the gravity of beating Justin Trudeau in 2019 and what that means for the country. We need to present a vision of economic growth, and that's what I'm listening for in these speeches.
All right, Aaron O'Toole is next up, and here's what you need to know about him before he hits the stage.
So we need a policy and a leader who has young children that can relate to the families looking for this idea. We need to do it to win those votes. I need your votes to win.
All right, so they're just introducing him on the stage now, going through some of those same ideas. The video you'll see on the stage is produced by his campaign team, and then one assumes that Aaron O'Toole himself will hit the stage as well. Keep in mind, they have total 10 minutes, so let's watch.
Where he led the effort to connect with a new generation of veterans. His name is Aaron O'Toole, and he's running to lead the Conservative Party of Canada. Aaron O'Toole, proven, ready.
Il y a 7 mois, j'étais avec ma famille dans
7 months ago, I was with my family in a park in my home city of Bowmanville, Ontario, and I launched my campaign to lead the Conservative Party of Canada. I am proud to be the MP of my hometown in Parliament. I'm proud to be a member of the Conservative Party.
7 months ago, I launched my campaign to lead our party from my hometown, just a short drive from where we are tonight. I spoke about my pride in Canada and in our Conservative team. I said that we don't need a leader to fix us because we're not broken. We don't need a leader to unite us because we're not divided. Nothing shows the strength of our party better than this leadership race and the exceptional 16 men and women who stepped forward to lead. Thank you for doing that.
I want to thank my colleagues and the other candidates who are part of this campaign and congratulate your teams. Your teams showed our confidence in the future of this great party.
Diversity of voices is proof that our party reflects the rich diversity that makes our country so great. We need a leader who will respect all parts of the Conservative family. We don't need a fixer, we need a champion. We need a strong and forward-thinking leader who respects our grassroots and builds a strong team that includes all voices in all parts of this country. We need an experienced and energized leader who can build on our past success with a fresh approach and with new ideas to win back the trust of Canadians. I'm proud of the strong decade of leadership that the Conservative Party brought to Canada during difficult economic times. I'm proud of our reputation restored on the world stage and the pride restored in the Canadian Armed Forces. And I'm proud of our caucus in Ottawa and of the incredible volunteers who serve as the bedrock upon which this great party is built. Thank you. And on a personal note, I want to thank the thousands of Conservatives that I met from coast to coast during this amazing campaign. All of you reaffirmed my faith in our future. Indeed, our party is not broken. We are rebuilding to become even stronger for Canada. As we look to the future, our priorities are clear. We need to reconnect with more Canadians. We need to remind them that government can and must be so much more than sunny ways, slogans, hashtags, and photo ops. From my 12 years in the military to a decade in the private sector to my experience as a backbench MP who worked his way up to the cabinet table, I have learned what it takes to lead and to succeed.
I served in the Canadian Armed Forces for 12 years, next to some exceptional Canadians from every part of this country. I worked for a decade in the private sector, and my 4 years in politics as an MP and minister allowed me to accomplish many things.
For 4 years. But what the 31 members of Parliament supporting me understand is my lifelong dedication to Conservative ideals and my deep commitment to serving Canada and its people. You know, I don't think I was born with the right to serve as our country's leader. I believe that I have lived a life of service to Canada to earn it. Unlike Justin Trudeau, my birth was not covered in Maclean's magazine. Our wedding in Halifax didn't make the cover of Chatelaine. But you know what? Neither did yours. Canada does not need a celebrity leader. We need a competent one. Canada
doesn't need a celebrity as Prime Minister. We need a competent leader.
Canadians do not want a government that borrows against their future and puts up barriers to their success. My daughter Molly is 10 years old. She will be older than I am by the time the Liberals balance the budget. That's shameful. And for the record, I'm younger than Justin Trudeau. This is what a life of hard work looks like. Why does my appearance get the best line? Look, Canadians don't want a government that pits one industry or one part of this country against the other because of politics or ideology. Canadians want a government that provides an opportunity to succeed and one that celebrates a job for mom or dad. Whether that job is in the oil patch in Fort McMurray, a steel plant in Sault Ste. Marie, the forests of Quebec, or a tech company in Vancouver, I will champion jobs.
I always say that Canadians liked Justin Trudeau in 2015, but they don't like what he's doing now. More taxes, more debt, fewer opportunities. That is the Trudeau record.
When Trudeau said Canada was back, he must have meant we were stepping back, because only Trudeau's Canada stepped back from the fight against ISIS. Trudeau cuts billions from our military while at the same time he's searching out for a mission to make him look good at the United Nations. Canada has a prime minister who has spent more time on a private island holiday than he has visiting our troops in Canada's Arctic or in services overseas. It doesn't have to be this way. Canadians are already tired of broken Liberal promises. They are tired of the photo ops and the platitudes. They are tired of having a Prime Minister more interested in how he's viewed abroad than how he can serve us here at home. Canadians cannot afford another 4 years of Justin Trudeau. And that is why the Conservative Party must win back the trust of Canadians. Together we can build on the strength of our past to inspire Canadians to be hopeful about their future. As a young man, I stepped forward to serve Canada because its ideals are worth fighting for. Today, I stand before you ready to serve again, to lead our fight to regain the trust of Canadians. Together, we can serve our great country. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, there you go. The first big red meat speech of the evening. Well written, well delivered. And there you have Erin O'Toole making his mark on this convention. Peter MacKay, that was a classic political speech.
That was a tremendous speech. Very powerful. He hit a lot of the high points that he did throughout his campaign. Was well delivered. A lot of content in French, which I think was key to that delivery. And emphasizing his service and substance over style. I think that Erin O'Toole impressed a lot of people. The more people saw of Erin throughout this campaign, the more they start to see the ability that he brings to the job. And so I think he really delivered tonight.
This is the kind of guy who could use a delegated convention.
Absolutely.
That would have been a big hit in a room where nobody voted yet.
That would turn a lot of heads.
I haven't voted yet. That was a great speech.
Yeah,
truly
yeah,
It really was.
Made a difference for you, Michelle?
It did.
Okay. All right. Brad Trost is next up. His 10 minutes. He's on the clock already. Here's what you need to know about him. All right, Brad Trost is standing firmly on the right of the party. We'll see what he has to say. They're in a video of his right now, and now he'll be heading up to the stage. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finish line. Getting to the finish line is not easy. It requires a team. So before I begin my remarks, I want to say thank you to my team. I want to say thank you to the thousands of Canadians who donated to my campaign. And I want to say thank you to my volunteers. From Patrick in St. John's to Jolie in Vancouver, we campaigned for a cause we believed in. In all provinces and territories, in a multitude of languages, with new members and old, we campaigned because we believe in our country and we believe in our cause. And finally, I want to say thank you to Gerald, my wife, for standing by me. As someone who grew up behind the Iron Curtain, you know better than most that freedom is not free. You and Isabel have given up a lot during this campaign, so thank you very much. By now, most of you have voted. But for those of you who have not, I want to remind you what is at stake in this election. Edmund Burke defined politics as philosophy in action, and there is no mistaking the philosophy of the Justin Trudeau Liberals. In 2015, they promised a bigger government with more spending, more market interference, and bigger deficits. To the Liberals, bigger government and more regulation is the solution to every problem, real or invented. That is the philosophy of Justin Trudeau and his friends on the political left. But what is our philosophy? Some say this has been a competition between left-wing and right-wing, between fiscal conservatives and social conservatives. But I disagree. The real divide in our party is between principled conservatives who are on one side, and those who champion conservative policies only when seeking your support. Fair-weather conservatives buy into the divide and conquer narrative of the liberal media. They say that to win, our party must become 2/3, 1/2, or even 1/4 conservative. They believe the Conservative Party can only succeed if it throws principled conservatism under the bus. There has been a lot of talk in this campaign about the need to grow our party, and I agree. We will never grow our party by rejecting conservative principles and conservative voters. After all, many new Canadians, the fastest growing part of our society, are deeply conservative in their values. Conservative parties do not win elections by becoming more liberal. They win by building strong coalitions that promote conservative ideas and embrace conservative voters. To win, our party must be 100% conservative, and our leader must not be afraid to run as a 100% conservative. I am that leader. I am a fiscal conservative. I believe that our party must be a party of limited government, the party that encourages independence, celebrates hard work, and inspires personal success. I am also a proud social conservative, as are tens of thousands of our most devoted and hard-working party members. Comme vous le savez, j'ai été très transparent
As you
dans
know,
mes engagements
I was very
envers la vie,
transparent
le droit
in my
parental
commitment
et
to
le
life
mariage traditionnel. Some in
and
our party
to
say
traditional
that we who
marriage.
believe in the culture of life, who support traditional marriage and the natural family, are old-fashioned. They say we should be quiet, maybe drop out altogether. I say they are wrong. Social conservatives promote the culture of life, traditional marriage, the natural family, because these are the building blocks of a truly free and democratic society. Without families, churches, synagogues, and voluntary associations, there is only the state and those who control the state. The aim of social conservatives is not to impose our ideology on our fellow Canadians. Our aim is to strengthen Canadian democracy by preventing people like Justin Trudeau, Rachel Notley, and Kathleen Wynne from using the power of government to silence opposition and impose their ideology on us. Therefore, I propose that Parliament pass a parental Bill of Rights, a conscience Bill of Rights, to protect parents and professionals from the power of the state. When parents and professionals object to programs or they want to speak against them, they should be free to do so. They should not be punished and discriminated against. As a party policy voted in by you, the members, and supported by a majority of Canadians, I pledge to support a Preborn Victims of Crime bill. I will also introduce a bill banning gender selection abortion. We should not kill preborn baby girls just because they are girls. I will reverse any liberal policy that makes it easier for our children to use and obtain dangerous drugs, including marijuana. I will repeal Bill C-16 and any other law that threatens religious liberty, families, children, and seniors. A real conservative environmental policy must be based on facts, not on fads. I am a geophysicist. I know how weak the so-called science behind the theory of man-made climate change is. Conservatives must end the war on oil and gas and coal. No carbon tax, but also no carbon pricing and no cap and trade. These are just carbon taxes by other names. Instead, let us ensure that all Canadians have access to clean air, clean water, and clean land. As a national security conservative, I am committed to increasing defense spending until it reaches the NATO average. I will stop the flow of fake refugees entering Canada from safe countries such as the United States, and I will take action to protect Canada from the scourge of radical Islamic terrorism. We need to welcome democratic constitutional conservatives in our party. En 1867, nous avons une constitution.
In 1867, we got a constitution that was respected by all the provinces. As you know, in 1982, Trudeau repatriated the Constitution and imposed it against the will of Quebec. The result is that Canada is more and more centralized under Trudeau, the son. And he goes even further to the left and is violating the principles behind 1867.
Cultural conservative, democratic constitutional conservatives, national security conservatives, we are all part of this coalition. And all of these, and especially new Canadians who share conservative values, are essential to our conservative coalition. Of all the candidates in this race, I am the only one who is a bona fide member of all these groups. If you haven't voted yet, I ask you to mark me as your first choice on your ballot. If you have already settled on your first choice, I ask you to make me your second. Help me lead our conservative team. Help us put our principles of limited government and entrepreneurial spirit into practice. Help us to speak and stand up for families, children, and seniors.
All right, Brad Trost
Bonne
with
soirée.
his 10 minutes is,
God bless you.
is up
And may
now,
God
and
keep
they'll
our
be
land
moving on very quickly to the
glorious.
next. But let me ask you, Michelle Rempel, we knew there were going to be a diversity of opinion tonight, and there has been, and there certainly was in that speech compared with the ones we heard earlier. That's not your Conservative Party that he's speaking to?
Well, I go to our founding principles of our party. So the two that I'd like to draw on are a belief in the balance between fiscal accountability, progressive social policy, and individual rights and responsibilities, and a belief in the equality of all Canadians. And to me, that means regardless of your sexual orientation, your gender, our party stands for your right to have equality of opportunity in our economy.
And that wasn't in there.
That's my belief, and I think that that's a belief of a lot of conservatives across this country.
All right. Well, Brad Trost may have represented a minority of Conservatives there. We'll know tomorrow in the vote, but here's what you need to know about Maxime Bernier, the acknowledged front runner here today.
More freedom, less government, and more prosperity.
All right. right, Maxime Bernier, you decided to use his 10 minutes tonight, starting at least half of the 10 minutes with a highly produced video. This is their video, all right? Both the video and the audio is being presented by them. Listen in.
It's time to vote for what you believe in. Those values that make Canadians strong and free. Les choses qui nous sont les plus chères dans la vie sont celles qui méritent qu'on se batte pour elles. I went into politics for the ideas. Free markets, less government, respect for our Constitution. Des politiques qui permettent à toutes les régions de notre pays de s'épanouir et de prospérer. That encourage the private sector to invest and create wealth. Qui donne à tous les Canadiens et Canadiennes la chance de réaliser leurs rêves.
Je m'appelle Alessa et je vote Maxime Bernier. C'est le candidat du moment. Je crois en ses valeurs de famille, ses idées pour le libre marché. Go Maxime! Votez Maxime Bernier.
I support Maxime Bernier because prosperity doesn't emerge from the pen of a bureaucrat. It emerges from giving people the freedom to make their own choices.
Moi, j'ai voté pour Maxime Bernier parce qu'il a un plan économique exceptionnel. Il veut donner plus de liberté individuelle et plus de responsabilité personnelle aux citoyens parce qu'il leur fait confiance et les citoyens peuvent avoir confiance en lui.
I support Maxime Bernier because he's demonstrated leadership characteristics that show his high regard for freedom, fairness, and inclusion. He has a clear strategy for a growing economy, and I think he can better balance our budget.
J'appuie Maxime Bernier pour ses idées ambitieuses quant à l'abolition de la gestion de l'offre et à la privatisation de Post Canada. Il est également le plus susceptible de battre Justin Trudeau en 2019.
I support Maxime Bernier for four main reasons: fairness, respect, freedom, and personal responsibility, which is exemplified in his firearms policy, which, as you may have noticed, is important to me.
Je suis Stéphanie et puis je vote Maxime Bernier. J'appuie sa plateforme. Allez, Maxime.
Our children deserve every opportunity in a country full of possibilities. Nos enfants méritent d'avoir toutes les opportunités dans un pays plein de possibilités.
I believe in Bernier. I believe in Bernier.
Je crois en Bernier.
Moi aussi, je crois en Bernier.
Nous croyons en Bernier.
I believe in Bernier.
It's time to vote for what you believe in. Il est temps de voter en accord avec vos convictions.
There's your front runner that everybody seems to acknowledge in a highly produced video, touching a lot of bases, including a lot of young people in it.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci. Aujourd'hui, ce soir,
today, this evening,
j'aimerais vous parler de la course
I'd like to talk about the race that we were all in.
C'était une belle course.
It was a great race.
Avec une brochette de candidats
and with a whole group of candidates that are very competent. I think we can be proud to be conservative because we will be very well represented by a very strong and competent team to beat Justin Trudeau.
I'm very proud to be here tonight, proud to be part of that team, the Conservative team, and yes, a great team. And I want to congratulate my teammates because all together we did a great campaign. We debate ideas, conservative ideas, all together, and we're a very competent team. We'll be ready. That will be your choice in a couple of hours from now. We'll be ready to debate conservative ideas in Parliament and all across the country for being sure that the leader that you will choose will be ready to beat Justin Trudeau in 2019.
And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues and thank my team, my family, my spouse, Catherine, who was always there with me. And we will continue to work, whatever happens tomorrow night. I'm very proud to be a conservative like you.
I'm very proud of our party, and I'm looking forward for tomorrow. And all together, we will build a stronger country. Thank you very much.
All right, Maxime Bernier. You know, one of the rules of politics, if you're a front runner, take no chances. He took no chances here. Most of his time taken up with a highly produced video that our friend Chris Hall said looked like a Justin Trudeau video. In many ways it did. And then a very short speech, which doesn't go into any controversial ground, talked about, united, keeping the party united, and we're a team. Touching all those places. Peter MacKay?
Well, I think that's spot on. It was a very safe speech. You're right. He's not going to stray out of the conventional lines at this point. The video, while highly produced, was also a lot about endorsement and diversity. And, it showed that he has traveled the country. He's met with a lot of people. I saw Patrick Brown appeared in his background video. So he was definitely reaching out to his conservative roots, showing his credentials, but not going to go out on a limb at this point.
All right. Next one up already is Andrew Scheer, who's one of those who's placed in the, kind of top grouping of those trying to nip at the heels of Maxime Bernier. Here's what you need to know about him.
It's not about who's going to impose a personal ideology that's going to divide our members and divide our caucus. It's who can take the very best of our ideas and our policies, put them forward to Canadians, reach a broader audience in 2019, and defeat the Liberals.
And here he is, Andrew Scheer.
Over the last year, this leadership race
has been a conversation between members of the Conservative Party. Some remarkable individuals introduced themselves to you.
Maybe received an email or two from some of us, maybe once or twice a day. But tomorrow, this conversation becomes a broader appeal. The key question for this leadership campaign has been which of us can take the very best of those conservative policies that we all believe in and articulate them in a way that resonates with a broader audience of Canadians. Now, I reject the idea that in order to beat the Liberals, we need to be more like them. Instead, we have to make the case for conservative values, that it is conservative solutions that are the best answer to any issue that is facing our country.
We have to promote conservative values. Conservative policies are best at addressing all the problems we face.
Low-income Canadians, or new Canadians, or young Canadians just entering the workforce, than a conservative government that is always looking for ways to cut taxes, attract investment, and make it easier for businesses to hire and expand. And what is worse than a Liberal government that is always adding new hurdles for entrepreneurs, raising taxes and fees on families, and punishing hard work.
Like all Canadians, Quebecers reject the idea that Ottawa knows best. And that's the reason why I've always been a tremendous defender of provincial jurisdiction. And Quebecers are discouraged at seeing the extent to which Justin Trudeau has lost touch with those issues that affect Quebec. One might think of the softwood lumber issue, of supply management, Lac Mégantic, and all those issues that have remained unresolved in Quebec. With our Quebec team, unlike Justin Trudeau, I will look after important issues for Quebecers.
Conservatives are the party of prosperity, while the left trades in envy. The Liberals are so focused on punishing success that they don't care that the poor cannot get ahead. They achieve equality by making sure that we all hold hands, finishing last together. That's what we have to fight against. We have to convince Canadians that a system that rewards hard work and success is good for all Canadians. That there is no prosperity for any Canadian in a system where the government is focused on redistributing wealth instead of creating prosperity. Conservatives care about results, while Liberals are focused on photo ops and feeling good. We want to lift people out of poverty, and we know that it is Conservative policies that create prosperity and provide opportunities for every Canadian.
We want to lift people out of poverty, and we know that it's Conservative policies that create prosperity and provide new opportunities to all Canadians.
Hurt the very people they aim to help. Labor laws that kill jobs and abolish the secret ballot. Environmental policies that are more focused on getting likes and retweets than actually cleaning our air and water. And social policies that create dependency on government instead of creating a path to independence.
And the left cannot even tolerate a discussion of these issues. You can say that you won an argument with a Liberal when you put an end to the discussion.
A healthy democracy is the ability to debate and argue about any subject. And that's why I believe so passionately in defending free speech. That's also why I will withhold federal grants from universities that stifle debate and shut down points of view that challenge political correctness. I believe in fiscal responsibility when it comes to taxpayers' money, which is why I will bring us back to balanced budget and end corporate welfare.
I believe that parents are in the best position to make decisions about their children. And to support them, I will ensure that maternity and paternity leaves are no longer taxed.
Islamic terrorism is a threat to every Canadian, and that is why I will recommit our jets to the fight against ISIS. And I believe so strongly that the Liberal carbon tax is just a cash grab. And I will repeal it and go further by scrapping the GST or HST from home heating and electricity. Only a Liberal would think that heating your home in the winter is a luxury.
We can't afford another 4 years of Justin Trudeau. The Liberals have to be beaten in 2019. In order to win, we need a leader who can unite our party and our movement.
4 more years of Justin Trudeau. The Liberals must be beaten in 2019. And to win, we must have a leader who can unite our party and our movement. I can do that. I know how Conservative policies can and will improve the lives of all Canadians, and I would be honored to have the chance to take the very best of those policies and stand up against the Trudeau Liberals in 2019. I ask for your support. Together we will win. Ensemble, nous allons gagner. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your support.
All right, Andrew Scheer wraps up his 10 minutes. I got to say, they're all, handling their 10-minute time slot. Kevin O'Leary, if you hadn't supported Maxime Bernier that last night, you were meeting with Andrew Scheer.
Right.
What didn't you see in Andrew Scheer that you saw in Max Bernier?
I left Bernier's apartment at about 1 in the morning and met with Scheer at about 1:30 in his hotel. And it came down to this. He made a great appeal saying, look, I'm your guy. I asked him, how many seats can you win in Quebec? How many seats can that man win in Quebec? I think 0. So I made my decision based on who could do better in a place that's been void of Conservative support for so long. And so at the end of the day, Bernier could get 20 to 30 seats. Scheer's a great guy. He won't, but
it was all about Quebec too.
That's it.
Okay. Lisa Raitt is next up, and let's listen to what she has to say. Here's what you need to know about her.
Show stability. We need to show experience. I have a master's in chemistry, an undergrad in science, a law degree. I studied in England. I was a cabinet minister for 6.5 years. I can bring you stability, and I can be Justin Trudeau. That this is a party that is ready to unite, ready to lead, and ready to win. Now more than ever, Canada needs a strong, united Conservative Party, and our message to the country is clear. We are back. The Conservative Party is back. In the past number of days, I have been reflecting on my part in this incredible journey that our party has taken during the leadership contest. I've brought my Conservative message, actually it's our Conservative message, into the biggest cities and our smallest towns. I have shared ideas on economic renewal, and I have proudly defended our oil industry and our oil workers. And I have called for the pipeline construction that will put Canada's resources to work for Canadians. Now, I want to thank Kenzie McNeil for permission to use his song tonight, The Island, as my introduction. It's meaningful to me because it's an anthem for those who work with their hands and are building our great country. And I have listened to farming families, fishing communities, manufacturing and transportation workers across this country. And I know how much you struggle. And I know how hard you work. And I will never forget your contribution to our economy, and I will continue to fight for you. I have had the pleasure of meeting Canadians of all faiths and backgrounds and continue to marvel that for all of our diversity and our differences, there's so much more that unites us than sets us apart. And I've been humbled by how many women have come out to my events, women without kids, single women, widows, senior women, women entrepreneurs, professional women. These women who came out to my events to talk to me about their issues and their concerns. And my message to you is this: I see you, I hear you, and I want to help make policy that's going to make our lives better.
My campaign allowed me to meet extraordinary people in Quebec and to work hard to learn the language of Molière. I know that my French is not perfect yet, but you can be sure that I will continue to work on it, whatever the result this weekend.
My journey took me to my roots in Whitney Pier, and many of my family are here with me tonight, and I know there are many more watching from Cape Breton, and I hope you know that I always carry my island in my heart. And now my journey that has taken me home to my husband Bruce, my boys JC and Billy, and my friends and constituents in Milton. All of them have been so supportive and patient with their wife, their mother, and their member of parliament as I've traveled the country. So what a journey, what a party, and what a country we have. Now, before I say another word, I have to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the team of volunteers who have been there with me step by step along the way. Thank you to all of the people who let me into their homes and businesses or came to our events, including those, actually especially those, who supported other candidates. You gave us both full debate and a fair hearing. And really, what more could you ask for? And thank you to all my fellow candidates who will be on this stage tonight. We have an incredible team, and we've been tested. And I will proudly stand shoulder to shoulder with my fellow 12 candidates in an election campaign, anytime and any day. And now our journey has led us all here. Now, I've heard from this evening that this gathering is in part billed as a final appeal for votes, but really, the vast majority of ballots have been already cast. So exactly what should I be asking you for tonight? And I think I know what it is. I'm asking you for unity. No matter who prevails this weekend, it is our responsibility as Conservatives to rally behind the new leader, much like our previous generation of reformers and Tories from the East and the West rallied behind Stephen Harper.
Because the history of our party is clear. When we're united, we win.
We don't. When we focus on providing an effective alternative to the Liberals, we govern. When we focus on providing effective alternatives to each other, the Liberals get a free ride. Every single Conservative in the country should be proud of the diversity of the opinion on offer in this campaign. Traditionalists, modernizers, fiscal conservatives, social conservatives, libertarians, law and order advocates. The cost of this diversity, though, which is real diversity, is that not everybody gets everything they want. Because make no mistake, there are issues on which my vision, ideas, and values strongly differ from my fellow candidates. And come Monday, many people in our party will still be reconciling themselves to the fact that on issues of importance, they do not share the position of our new leader. But that's natural, and in fact, that's democracy. But come Monday, this leadership race is over. Come Monday, there is only one shade of blue. Come Monday. Come Monday, every single Conservative in Canada will need to ask ourselves the very same question. What is more important to me, the last campaign or the next one? After
this race, every Conservative in Canada should ask him or herself the same question. What is more important now, the last campaign or the next one?
Debating amongst ourselves or getting Justin Trudeau, his handlers, and those ridiculous cardboard cutouts out of the Prime Minister's office. My commitment to my fellow candidates tonight is this, that whomever wins the leadership will have my full support. And I ask all of my supporters to do likewise. And should members entrust me with the leadership, I hope I can count on a similar spirit of unity from my fellow Conservatives. We can remain united while holding true to the issues that motivate us and the causes that drive us. And I want my supporters to know that no matter the outcome of the leadership vote, I will, in public and private, in big ways and small, continue to champion the policies and the principles that have motivated me during the campaign. These are the ideas that are found in the values that I was raised in. The values that I learned growing up in a place like Whitney Pier, a hard-working, diverse community, where I was taught that the sweat on your back is no joy to behold in the heat of the steel plant or mining the coal, and that you had pride in the work that you do and the community that you build. And what I've learned in my personal, professional, and political experience is that the values of the kitchen table and the boardroom table and the cabinet table, they're all the same. They include a powerful belief in optimism, where the only thing limiting your potential is your willingness to dream big and work hard, and where we never make excuses for ourselves or accept the excuses of others. On y retrouve les valeurs et les principes de la famille.
We just rely on such principles as family, community.
The principles of compassion, of right and of wrong, and being accountable to ourselves and each other. These are what makes us proud Canadians and proud Conservatives.
All right, Lisa Raitt past her 10 minutes now and wrapping up on the stage and getting the signal that her time has passed. Here's why I found this speech interesting, Rosie, because she was talking about the party and the future and the need for a united party. She wasn't talking.
These principles will lead to victory in 2000.
Yeah, it sounded like someone who's willing to walk in the door on Monday and be someone else's supporter. I know everyone likes Lisa Raitt, and she's a very smart, well-spoken woman. But there were a lot of people at the beginning of the race who told her, don't go. You don't speak French well enough. It's not going to happen for you. And she went anyway. And I'm not sure she performed as strongly as a lot of people would have liked, but it was important to have a strong, smart woman in the race. And I think it's fair to say that the new leader is going to have to make a spot for Lisa Raitt. And that's probably what that speech was about, to make sure that she will be a strong supporter of the new leader.
Okay, Peter, it did sound like a concession speech in many ways.
But a very generous and genuine speech. I think one that put her in a high road and a high class of candidates. I think she distinguished herself very well. If she had got in sooner, I think she would have resonated even more if people had an opportunity to see more of Lisa Raitt. I think she did a fabulous job tonight.
With a lot of issues in her family last summer. Nevertheless, that was Lisa Raitt. Kelly Leitch is up now. Here's what you need to know about her.
I believe that we have a unique Canadian identity that's grounded in a shared set of values: hard work, generosity, freedom, tolerance. These values built our country, and these are values I will protect.
All right, let's go to the stage. Kelly Leitch.
Dear Conservatives.
Thank you. Thank you for your commitment to this country. Thank you for your enthusiasm for this party. And thank you for your support. Et merci pour votre appui.
And thank you for your support.
It has been a long race, and the ballots have nearly all been cast. Tomorrow, we will have a new leader, and we will begin the task of taking on Justin Trudeau and the Liberals. Success in 2019 means laying out a vision for our country, not just what we want today, but the kind of country we want in the future. That is our task. It means putting before Canadians an alternative to Justin Trudeau and the Liberals that is clear, Canadian, common sense, and conservative. Absolutely. That is what I have done in this race, and that is what I will do as leader. 150 years ago, 4 colonies came together under the Red Ensign and under the Crown to form this nation, Canada. They came together because the vision they had for the future was of a nation built on hard work, generosity, freedom, and tolerance. They envisioned a country where hard work and prosperity would go hand in hand. Les colonies se sont réunies car la vision qu'elles avaient pour le futur
and they developed their vision for the future, a society founded on values such as hard work, generosity, freedom, and tolerance. They wanted a country where hard work and prosperity go hand in hand.
They envisioned a country where that prosperity would permit the generosity of spirit to help those who occasionally need a hand up. They envisioned a country where those of different backgrounds, different faiths, different languages could unite under these foundational values and pursue their own version of happiness, secure in the knowledge that their choices would be tolerated by their neighbors. This project has been a success, and now we have to do more. We must build on that success. More than a year ago, I began traveling the country, talking to conservatives and talking to Canadians about their vision for our nation, today and in the future. Il y a plus d'un an,
a year ago, I started to crisscross the country in order to talk to conservatives and to Canadians, to find out what their vision of our country is for now and for the future.
I've been having these conversations with Canadians since I worked on my first campaign in Fort McMurray when I was 9. I have had these conversations from coast to coast to coast, having visited hundreds of ridings in the last few years. And overwhelmingly, I've heard the same message everywhere I have gone. Canadians are proud of their shared values. Canadians are proud of their unique identity, and they want someone who will protect and promote these values and that identity. It was under that direction that I undertook my campaign for the leadership of this great party, the Party of Confederation. It was with that direction that I vowed to protect and promote our shared values and our identity, by ensuring that every person who seeks to come to this country shares these values, to ensure that every person who comes here to Canada believes in the equality of women and men, believes in the freedom of speech, believes in the freedom of worship, and understands that equality of opportunity is paramount for all, regardless of their gender, the color of their skin, the language they speak, or their place of birth. This is something that Canadians are demanding. Time and time again, when asked, millions of Canadians say they are proud of their nation and they are proud of their values, and they want them protected. But time and time again, the elites have rejected that message. They have said to speak of values is to be intolerant. Justin Trudeau a dit que le Canada n'avait pas d'identité propre.
Doesn't have its own identity. I can tell you that Justin Trudeau, you and your friends are wrong.
Let me tell you, Justin Trudeau, you and your elite friends are wrong. It is our values and identity that attract people from around the world to this nation. It is our values and identity that make Canada a beacon of hope for so many. We are so fortunate, those of us that live here in Canada, and that fortune is a result of choices we have made to be a free and open democracy, to be a country that reinforces the values and the vision laid out 150 years ago. I am a proud Canadian, and I will continue to protect and promote our shared values and our unique identity, because it is only by doing this that we can preserve our past and build our future. It has been a long race. In less than 24 hours, we will know who the new leader of our party will be. Our responsibility is to unite behind that person so we can present to Canadians a united, clear, Canadian, common sense, conservative alternative to Justin Trudeau and the Liberals in 2019. That is where we will find our strength, in the unity of all of us together, working to build a stronger party and a stronger nation, united against the elites to ensure that the voices of average Canadians are heard in Ottawa. C'est dans notre unité que nous
It's through
allons
that
trouver
unity
ensemble
that we
la
will
force afin de
together
travailler à
find
bâtir
the strength
une
to work
partie
together
encore plus forte
to beat
et une
our
nation encore plus forte.
adversary
C'est
and to build a
quand
stronger
nous
country.
sommes contre les élites que nous allons devenir
It's
une
by
véritable
working
voix
against the
pour que tous les
elites
Canadiens
that we can become a
soient
real
entendus
voice for
à
all
Ottawa.
Canadians and for that voice to be
Uniting in
heard
pride and
in Ottawa.
support of our shared values of hard work, generosity, freedom, and tolerance. Together, we can build the future Canadians desire for themselves and for their families. Thank you so much for your support. Merci pour votre appui. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. Let us go forward together to build a better Canada.
All
Thank
right.
you. Merci.
Kellie Leitch, with her opportunity to talk to delegates and try to convince them that she's the person with her, at times, very controversial positions on Canadian values throughout the campaign, and she didn't shy away from them during those remarks tonight. Rosie, you know, you watched her, you've interviewed her, you've listened to her. She's pounding away at elites, which is interesting given her own bio.
Yeah, just a little fact-checking of who Kellie Leitch is. She went to Queen's University. She went to medical school. She also has an MBA from Dalhousie. She was the head of the pediatric surgery at the Children's Hospital of Western Ontario. There's nothing wrong with being successful, but Kellie Leitch doesn't like to talk about her own success very often.
Right. You know, depending on where she falls in terms of this, she's most people assume she's probably in the top 5, maybe closer to the top, maybe closer to the bottom of those top 5. But she could be a player tomorrow.
Well, a lot of people actually think she'll pick up some of Kevin O'Leary's support, and I don't know if you see any commonalities between the two of you, but some people believe that people that were attracted to you might end up with her.
I'm going to make a prediction. She's actually going to lose that position to O'Toole. I will say one thing about Kellie Leitch, having worked with her on the road for 5 months. Unbelievable work ethic. She got
she
up
works
in the
really hard.
morning, every morning at 4 o'clock, 6 days a week. I ran into her in every small town in every province, everywhere. I've never seen anybody work that hard. For that reason alone, she has won my respect. I don't agree with her policies, but damn, does she work hard. Unbelievable.
Well, she's a great organizer, too. I mean, she's
Well, that's how she came up through the parties as an organizer. Interestingly enough, on the Red Tory side, through her early years,
She's called
right,
in
Peter?
a lot of favor over the years because of that commitment. I mean, she started, I think, early, 14 years old, was a member of the party here, was very involved in provincial politics as well. I mean, you saw people like Senator Condonino. Interestingly, Senator Hugh Segal was with her early in the campaign and left. So there is that derivation from where she started to the candidate you see on the stage tonight.
Do you want to say something, Michelle?
You know, I'll just reemphasize what I said before. The immigration debate has been one that's been really tough for our party since the election. I think that we've gained a lot of trust back with Canadians on talking about how, and in terms of the process elements in criticizing the Liberal government on there, but not if. And that's where I'd like to see the party go. I really don't want to have a in-depth debate about, you know, dog whistle politics. I just want to make sure that we're talking and holding the government to account on process, not on if.
All right. Up on the stage now in his 10 minutes, and by the way, all these speeches are being broadcast in their entirety on cbc.ca. They're live streaming them. On some, we are the politics page on cbc.ca. On some of them, we're dipping in and out a little bit, including on this one on Stephen Blaney, because most people agree that he is at the one of that grouping at the very bottom of the list of 13 candidates who are up for tomorrow. Here's what you need to know about Stephen Blaney.
I don't think I can win a beauty contest against Justin Trudeau. Well, I'm giving it my best, but I can hold him to account for miserably failing not only this generation, but the next generation.
All right, let's go to the stage for Stephen Blaney.
Responsibilities and ensure that we put an end to that heresy. Tonight, I want to thank Candice Malcolm from the Toronto Sun, who said,
Blaney understands Canada's natural advantages that are being undermined by Trudeau's gullible approach to immigration and security. All Canadians must remain vigilant to the threat we face, and like Blaney, should refuse to be silenced by the politically correct Liberal mob. My friend, let's stand up for Canada, let's stand up for what we believe, and this country will be better. Pourquoi? Because in Justin Trudeau's Liberal selfie la-la land, our country is drifting. The budget is drifting away with an orgy of expenses. Our identity is drifting, and we sacrifice our principles in the name of tolerance, which is rapidly turning to compromise. And our sovereignty is at stake as we lose control over our territory and drift towards globalism.
Friends, it's important to continue to work together, and I want to say to all my colleagues,
it was a great campaign, and I was proud to run with innovative ideas as Conservative. It's important
to run a clean campaign, and that's what I did.
Et Maxime, je dois te dire, tu as été ma cible favorite.
And Maxime, I must say you were my favorite. I'm proud to have defended my ideas based on respect, and I'm proud to be a Conservative like you. And for 10 years, as we did, we will continue to work together for a stronger, richer, and more prosperous country.
Yes, of course, it was a fight of ideas. We talk of what we don't agree, but on many issues we do agree. And it's now time to work together to make this country stronger and more prosperous. And I'm glad to, because, you know, I'm a proud Conservative, and I'm proud to tell you tonight that the third objective I had was to run a fiscally responsible Conservative. Well, I can tell you tonight that if our country, Canada, was run and managed like we manage our country, we'll be cutting taxes, running surpluses, and people would be happy. That's what it is to be a Conservative, my friend. Je veux remercier le sénateur Jean-Guy Dagenais.
And I want to thank Senator Dagenais, who was a fantastic campaign chair. And I also want to thank a young man.
I'd like to thank the youngest campaign manager of this race, and through him, our numerous excellent volunteers. Thank you to all of those who have donated because you believe in those ideas. I will carry on with those ideas. I want to thank a young man with an extraordinary potential. Merci beaucoup à Pierre-Luc Jean.
Thank you, Pierre-Luc. Pierre-Luc Jean. Thank you, Pierre-Luc.
In conclusion, my friend, I'm always proud to wear that name Blaney, and I'm proud to be a Quebecer. But let me conclude with this Irish poem. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rain fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God keep you in the palm of his hand. que le Canada et que Dieu bénisse le Canada. Merci beaucoup.
God bless Canada.
Stephen Blaney making a last-minute pitch to try and get the Kevin O'Leary support with the Irish poem.
Very interesting, very interesting. But again, as you said earlier, Peter, he sucked a lot of air from people that should have been getting more time, like an O'Toole during the race. It seems unfair. That's why he's a great guy, should have been called early on, no chance of winning, and yet he took as much time as front-runners got. Unfair.
Yeah, you know, Rosie, you made a good point earlier that the Blaney hope is on the Bernier vote collapsing in Quebec.
Largely about the supply management issue.
Right.
They're from similar areas in just outside of Quebec City, Lévis, which is across the river from Quebec City, and Maxime Bernier is from the Beauce, which is a little bit further south. And there's a lot of dairy farmers in that region, and so Blaney's making the play that he can pick up some support. But let's be honest, he's not well known anywhere else in the country. His English is really not good. It's terrible. He said some fairly controversial things of his own, so we'll see.
You know, it puzzles me sometimes, and we're about to see another one on the stage now, as to why they went in. Because, like, there was never a moment where it looked like they had a
Sometimes
chance.
they're staying in the political game. Very hard to build brand or get a social media following if you get no exposure. Getting 10 seconds in a debate that's nationally, although the television was horrific, it didn't work. And at the end of the day, I'm not sure it got them what they hoped it would, because it kind of destroyed the process of getting personalities. The guy that suffered the most in this, Peter, that really is getting hurt from this thing was O'Toole. Had O'Toole had a chance to actually reach out to people and get a chance to speak for more than 10 seconds, he'd be in second place right now. You saw his speech today. You saw the power of what he could say. I saw it in myself, but he never got a chance.
Well, he might be in second place. I mean, we don't know. He might be.
I don't think so.
Okay, Michelle, go ahead.
Somebody who's actually been part of the party for close to 15 years. You have to remember that this is not a race to the general public. This is to a very, there's a constituency of people here, and it's people that hold memberships in the Conservative Party of Canada. Obviously, we wanted to grow that base, which we did. But I'm actually okay with the fact that we had a diversity of voices in this race. I think it shows a big interest in the party, in the leadership, and we actually grew our membership to record levels. If we hadn't have had this many people in the race, we wouldn't have seen, I think we actually have more membership than the Liberal parties now, and theirs are free. So, you know, I think that's a positive thing. So while there's upsides and downsides, as a party member, I don't accept the criticism that this is uniformly bad.
Michelle, 5 candidates sold 85% of the memberships. We didn't need any of the other ones.
Again, but we also had a diversity of voices, and I don't think that that's a bad thing after 10 years of one leader. This was what the party needed. We needed an airing out of issues, and that's a good thing.
So would you rather see 20 candidates next time? Would that be better?
I have to agree that it was actually cathartic for the party to have that full range of debate. Now, it did come across at times in some of the televised debates as white noise, and that was hard for people trying to parse through where they saw themselves. But where do you draw the line? Where do you say, we're not going to allow you to run? Yeah. We're not going to, or we're going to create a process that's so exclusionary, you're going to get 2 or 3
Allow
candidates.
everybody to run, but have a culling process.
Okay, but my point wasn't against the diversity of opinion. I think that's great, and this is a wonderful opportunity. I'm looking at it in terms of individuals. When it was clear to some of them, and it must have been clear early on, that they did not have a chance to actually win. At that point, what's the point?
Because you have a voice. I mean, look.
Nobody's listening. What's the voice?
Well, the voice is back to your constituency.
You know what? I actually disagree with this. I often get this comment from people in my riding, like, why should I sign this petition? I'm one person. I can't make a difference. In Canada, one person can make a difference. And even though, you might not have a huge amount of votes, I'm really proud of people putting their name on a ballot, standing up, trying to sell memberships, and trying to push the party in one direction or another. That's democracy. And, just because somebody doesn't have access to wealthy donors or, a huge Facebook following, it doesn't negate their voice. And that's a hallmark of the Conservative Party of Canada.
All right. Well, here's somebody who did not have a voice in Parliament because he wasn't a sitting MP but ran. His name is Rick Peterson. Here's what you need to know about him.
party is united. I've been on championship winning teams. I've been in winning dressing rooms, and I know what they feel like. It feels like this, it looks like this. 260 membres de l'équipe.
Members
260,000 team members. That's a big dressing room, but that's a hell of a team, and we have it. Tomorrow, it's game on. Tomorrow, we select our captain. We select our leader. So we got to be ready. Are you ready? Are you ready for tomorrow? Are you ready? Okay. I'm ready. Moi, je suis prêt. I'm ready to step on the ice to be your leader. I'm ready to get to work. And I'm ready with a game plan. My game plan is based on this, ladies and gentlemen. As leader of our party, we will strive to reflect the best of Canada. We will reflect and we will work with and we will become what is the best of Canada, and it will become woven into that big C crest on our chest. We've seen with my leadership colleagues across Canada, we've seen the best of Canada. We've seen the best of Conservatives. Vibrant, positive, tolerant, smart, tough, realistic, audacieux, courageux,
bold,
dynamique,
courageous,
réaliste, avec des rêves et des moyens de les réaliser.
with
On
the
a vu tout
means
ça.
to achieve their ideas. We saw
I'm an
all of
investment
that.
banker. I see the best of Canada every day, ladies and gentlemen, because I get up and go to work beside the ladies and gentlemen who are raising capital, creating jobs, growing our economy, assuring our future. Every single day, I get the privilege of working and helping finance those people who are financing Canada's future. So my policy platform reflects what these people need. My policy platform reflects what we need to do to attract the best capital in Canada, the best entrepreneurs, and the best people to create the wealth. Zero corporate income tax. From day one of my campaign, I have let it know. Under my leadership, this country will be the most competitive place to invest in the world. A zero corporate income tax will draw the best capital and the best people to Canada. A 15% flat personal income tax rate puts more money in your pocket for your family, for your business, for your country. Larger TFSA gives you more room to shelter your income. And we're going to open up a TFSA to private equity. If your kid's living in your basement, you can take money out of your TFA and finance her startup. I know what makes entrepreneurs go. It's access to capital, access to money, access to support. So my game plan, ladies and gentlemen, my game plan is a game changer. My game plan is a game changer because what we need in Canada is the ability to support our military, to carry the fight to ISIS abroad. What we need in Canada are the resources to help our frontline security people, to fight terrorism at home and abroad. What we need in Canada, ladies and gentlemen, are the means to provide our seniors the security and the dignity in their golden years. We need a fast, innovative healthcare system, ladies and gentlemen, that provides us with what we need, what we deserve, and what we suspect. And immigration, ladies and gentlemen, will continue under my leadership to be a proud and strong policy platform. As we grow jobs in Canada, we will seek out the best people from around the world, no matter where they're from. And our party will be a smart party that is open and that is inclusive. And I want to say to all my Muslim friends tonight who begin observing Ramadan, Ramadan Mubarak, Ramadan Mubarak. We're not yesterday's Conservative Party starting today, we're the party of tomorrow. So if you really want to show that we're the party of tomorrow, that we really have turned the page, why not elect a leader who spent 30 years at the grassroots of the party? A leader born in Alberta who understands the resource sector, who will axe the carbon tax. A leader who finances people in Ontario Et surtout un leader qui comprend le Québec, qui comprend l'importance et comprend que le Québec, c'est le chemin de la victoire de notre parti.
Someone who understands Quebec
je le
and who
sais, je vais le
understands that
soutenir.
Quebec is part
I'm
of the
ready to
future
go.
for this
My
country.
family is ready to go. Our 2 golden retriever dogs are ready to go. Are you ready to go? Let's get to work. On y va.
All right, Rick Peterson inviting his family up on the stage to accept the applause of the delegates here and the Conservatives in the room. Not expected to be a marker on the ballot tomorrow in terms of anywhere near the top-ranked leadership candidates. We only have 3 candidates left to go. Pierre Lemieux is the next one up, and the thing about him, we saw him, we met him earlier when we had a chance to talk to him on the convention floor. If there's a candidate who is expected to represent the right beyond Brad Trost, it's Pierre Lemieux, and could make a difference tomorrow.
Yeah, he's raised a lot of money. He's got a lot of people on board, and he is there to remind Conservatives that social conservatives are also part of this tent, and those issues matter. This is a good example of what we were talking about. A guy who's in the race, not because he thinks he's going to win necessarily, but because he wants to make sure that people are talking about these issues. So that's why he's in the race. But he could actually end up making a difference in terms of where that support goes. Some people believe that it was going to go to Andrew Scheer, who had been known to be socially conservative, has pulled back on that, I think, publicly a little bit more. And something it might go to Maxime Bernier, who has said, if you want to have a debate about abortion, I'm happy to listen because I'm a libertarian. That's what we want, a free debate.
All right. Here's what you need to know about Pierre Lemieux.
Really built a platform on welcoming social conservatives, those who have faith-based values, and those who respect life, to join our party. And I say this because they have felt marginalized, both within Canadian society and within our political system.
All right, here he is, Pierre Lemieux.
And I offer you 10 years of service as a federal member of Parliament in my Ontario riding of Glengarry-Prescott-Russell. Je suis bilingue, et il faut être bilingue pour être le Premier ministre
and you
du
must be bilingual to be Prime Minister of Canada, because 8 million Canadians speak the language of Molière. And for 10 years, as a member of Parliament, I represented a riding with 65,000 francophones, the largest francophone population outside of Quebec. In this race, we need to change things for the better.
As leader of our Conservative Party and as future Prime Minister of Canada, I am for a strong, healthy Canadian economy. I am for reduced government spending. I am for lower taxes. And I am for job creation and the prosperity that jobs offer. I support our Canadian pipelines, and it is unacceptable that we spend billions of dollars supporting other economies around the world by purchasing their energy. Rather than our own Canadian energy. Et je propose une politique énergétique axée sur l'énergie canadienne.
Policy based on Canadian energy and investments in the Canadian energy sector. That will create jobs and lead to prosperity for all Canadians.
100% against the carbon tax. I will repeal any federal carbon tax scheme. And I am for changes to immigration and our refugee system to ensure that the top concern of Canadians, that of security, is properly addressed. And I am for our men and women in uniform. As a former soldier myself, I know that the people of our Canadian Armed Forces give 100% to Canada. They will serve anywhere we ask them to and under any conditions. I have committed to achieving our 2% NATO funding obligation for our military. Now, I have just touched on many subjects, and this is a wide platform that I'm offering Canadians. But my platform is even wider, and it is engaging because of what I will comment on next. As leader, I want a bigger party. I want Canadians to join us, to bring in their ideas and their energy. As leader, I want a strong and vibrant party. But I have a special invitation to those with social conservative values, to those with faith-based values, and to those who value life from the moment of conception through to natural death. I make this appeal because of the messaging we have heard over many years. You can believe that if you want, in your home or in your church. But don't think for a moment that you can step outside or into the public square and expect to articulate out loud what it is you believe in or why, because you will then be attacked. You will be labeled with some kind of phobia, or you will be called intolerant or discriminatory. Well, I am in this leadership race to highlight that these values are a strength of our country, and they are a strength of our party. And if you share these values and you are not in our Conservative Party, then our party is too small. And when I've been at events across our country in this leadership race, I have introduced myself as follows. I am Pierre Lemieux, I am pro-life, I am social conservative, and I am pro-freedom of speech, and I am Canadian. And these are Canadian values. And we should never let anyone take that away from us. We have a rightful place within Canadian society, and we have a rightful place within the Conservative Party of Canada. And the positive recognition of these values as a strength of our country is what makes my leadership resonate with Canadians across our country. Throughout this leadership campaign, I've been fighting against political correctness and for our freedom of speech. Political correctness is strangling free and respectful discussion in Canada, and it has to stop. I spoke out against Liberal Motion M103 and its troubling focus on the term Islamophobia, long before it was fashionable to do so. And I spoke out against Liberal Bill C-16, gender identity and gender expression, because of the impact it will have on our freedom of speech.
We need a leader that recognizes that freedom of expression is threatened by political correctness. Freedom of expression is one of the pillars of our democracy, and we need a leader who will defend that fundamental freedom.
Canada has a strong, healthy democracy, and within our democracy, Canadians must be able to discuss and debate any subject that is of importance to them. And this includes life issues. It is undemocratic, and it diminishes those who value life when politicians state, that debate is over, that debate is shut down, or I will not reopen that debate. Life issues are important, and they touch each and every one of us. We need a leader that has the courage to discuss life issues in an open and respectful way, and who will lead on issues that unite Canadians. And I believe that in order to win the next election, we need to know what it means to be conservative. We must be proud to be conservative, and we must stand as conservatives. If we are to win in 2019, we must show Canadians that we have different views and principles than the Liberals. When we stand for conservative values, there is clarity. And this clarity is refreshing, and it is energizing, and it is this type of clarity that attracts Canadians. As conservatives, as social conservatives, as those with faith-based values and those who value life, we need to stand our ground. We sometimes remain silent, but when we do, we are giving up ground. And what happens when we give up ground? Those who disagree with us march right onto that ground, and they seize it for their own. We know that this happens, and this is certainly what happens politically. If we want our voices to be heard, then we need to speak up. If we do not speak up, then we will have no voice. We need a leader that recognizes the need to stand for what it means to be conservative, because this attracts Canadians, and it certainly attracts young Canadians. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, it is my hope that you are indeed excited about the leadership that I am offering in this leadership race. It is my hope that you are saying to yourselves, I like this guy, I like what he says, and I like what he stands for. And if this is the case and you have not yet voted, if you are waiting to cast your vote tomorrow, then I say make Pierre Lemieux your #1 choice. Place Pierre Lemieux at the top of your ballot in that #1 position. By doing so, I can win this leadership race, and if I do win, it will be because of your vote, and you will have chosen well. But regardless of the outcome,
Pierre Lemieux and his 10 minutes is actually up here now, and he's just going through his final thank yous. And we're trying to keep it equal on each one in terms of time. Peter MacKay and Michelle Rempel. Here we have yet another candidate, that's two now, who have reopened the issue, well, not reopened, but talking about their pro-life and anti-abortion views. I thought that chapter in this party was closed. I thought Stephen Harper closed that chapter. Does it hurt the brand having them reopen again like this on the national stage?
It can. I think having a platform to talk about these things is one thing. Suggesting that this is going to make its way back into policy or result in substantive change or revisiting. Look, the Supreme Court, let alone Parliament, has spoken on these issues. We're not going back there. However, I do respect the fact that he is being very clear. He's being very passionate, and I know he is passionate, and others are as well, to express those views. And so it's the freedom of expression and the freedom of belief that we do have to include in our party. But putting it in policy or suggesting that we're going to somehow change legislation in these areas would not be respectful of the democracy which he is very clearly espousing. Michelle?
Well, look, I'm going to be very frank and candid with you. I see my party and conservatism about compassion. And after 6 years of having this debate, I'm just going to be perfectly honest. To me, compassion means caring about women when they're in that situation and not condemning them for a choice that they might make one way or the other. Caring for them. I see people march and ask for legislation one way or the other on this. And to me, it's like, well, what are you going to do with this person's child? Are you going to care for them? And to me, the best way to approach compassion for women who are making a choice is to give them every opportunity to be cared for one way or the other. So, I've never been quite as candid as this, but to me, that's really the future of our party. The founding principles that we have on this issue put women and their choice first and foremost. And to say anything otherwise, I think, actually denigrates everything that our party has been based upon. And as one of the few people in our caucus with a functioning uterus, this is something that's very important to me. And it's something that if we are going to be opening this debate, I'm going to be very vocal about.
Okay, well, that's pretty clear. All right, here we go. Chris Alexander, second last candidate to speak. And Chris Alexander is an interesting candidate. Came into the kind of political stage, about a half a dozen years ago at least. He'd been the ambassador in Afghanistan. A number of parties, both the Conservatives and the Liberals, had talked to Chris Alexander. He talked to them. He saw himself as a future leader of some political party in Canada. He ended up going to the Conservatives. He ended up getting in the federal cabinet. And he's had a tough time since then. And we'll get into why. Here's what you need to know about Chris Alexander.
We know the foundations that were laid over 10 years of our government, but we know how much more needs to be done to make sure investment comes here. Because it was 14 years ago that Hedvig and I first met. 11,000 kilometers from here, when our countries and many others took a stand against terror. She, a Danish army captain, I, Canada's ambassador, sent to a war zone by a Liberal government. Today, 39 countries still have troops in Afghanistan. 8 are conducting airstrikes in Iraq, Syria. But where is Canada? Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé avec nous?
What happened to
Sommes-nous
us?
encore un allié fiable?
Are we still a reliable
When did
ally?
we decide to stop sacrificing for a better world? What happened to our ideals? What happened to our commitment to peace? Why did schools in Afghanistan matter? While genocide in Syria does not. These are not easy times. You, we, all 259,010 of us have a big choice to make. Do we want to see our country at its best? Do we want a Canada that makes a difference? Do we want to live up to our potential and deliver for every Canadian? Do we want to be, yes, do we want to be that beacon of fairness and inclusion, openness and opportunity? Yes, we want that. Ours is the party of that Canada. Am I right? I want to lead that country. An open Canada of ideas and solutions, a strong ally, a caring nation. It's easy to turn away, to rationalize. My message is simple. In trying times, in a world of trouble, building Canada is the solution to keep us all safe and strong, to ensure when others falter, we set an unwavering course. Pour moi, c'est la leçon d'un
For
quart de
me,
siècle de service
that
public.
is the lesson of 25 years of public
J'ai eu le
service
privilège
as an
de
ambassador
voir le
and a
Canada à
minister.
son meilleur.
I had the privilege of seeing Canada at its best. The excellency in our diplomats in Ukraine, in Russia, the example that we set in Afghanistan.
Our citizenship, immigration, and refugee work represents in the eyes of so many the world over. Nous avons besoin d'un chef capable de nous amener
We
vers
need a
des
leader
nouveaux
who can
sommets.
take us
First,
to new heights.
it's about a new economy, setting conditions for a new era of job creation. Everywhere I've been, I've met inspiring entrepreneurs. They say, leave us alone. Let us compete. Let us grow. Take away the burdens of high tax, red tape, and bad energy policy. And that's exactly what I'll do by lowering taxes for business and low-income Canadians, by balancing our budget in 2 years, making Canada again the best place to invest and trade. J'éliminerai la taxe fédérale sur
I
le
will get
carbone.
rid
Je
of
confierai
the federal
l'énergie-
carbon
énergie
tax.
Est. Je ferai
I
la
will
promotion
go
de tous
forward
nos
on
produits
Energy
énergétiques.
East, and
Mais même tout cela ne
I
suffira pas.
will support
Pour
all
réaliser
energy
notre
products.
potentiel économique, il
In
faut
order
agir
to
sur
realize our
3
economic
First,
potential, we have to
I want
act on
Canada to
3
be a
major
place where
fronts.
new inventions become great businesses. Scale up incentives for startups, growth, and mature companies to bring new ideas to market. I want to see Canada's research and development spending double to 3% of GDP by increasing business investment. We need at least one, yes, those are the jobs. We need at least one great Canadian company, a global champion for every 100,000 people. Parts of Canada have this. Quebec City, Saskatchewan, Kelowna, many other areas. But if Denmark can do this, why can't we? Let's make sure deep tech, artificial intelligence, robotics, quantum, fintech happen here. Second, I want to build a national partnership on skills and careers, ensure students know which sectors and companies are hiring and who's teaching those skills. Lead a push for science, technology, engineering, mathematics, while adding digital, creative, and skilled trades to our workforce. Third, I want us to build massive bridges of partnership with Asia, Europe, and beyond to see 50% of our exports destined beyond North America by 2050. Cette nouvelle économie de
The new
l'invention, du
economy
talent
of
et des nouveaux
invention,
marchés,
talent, and new
ce n'est pas un
markets.
slogan.
That
C'est
isn't just
notre
a slogan.
destin.
It is our
It will happen
destiny.
only if we as Conservatives return to our old strength, nation building. By opening the door of opportunity to every Canadian and every newcomer, we must live up to the promise of self-government. I will conclude modern treaties with all First Nations in 5 years while launching a new era of partnership with Canada's Métis. I will take action to reduce violent crime, reduce drug-related deaths all across Canada. We will deliver faster access to justice and protect the rights of victims. This is an astonishing country. We look out for each other. We care. I care. And we can end poverty and homelessness in Canada with programs like Housing First. I will improve primary care and mental health for all Canadians, give low-income seniors an enhanced guaranteed income supplement. For our great cities, now buckling under the weight of congestion, I want to see fast rail solutions. Hard-working people getting to and from work faster, spending more time with their families, continuing great careers, finding quality daycare, and being good parents. Doublons nos zones naturelles protégées.
Let's double the number of protected areas. Let's create more natural areas for future generations.
And fuel our new prosperity by increasing economic immigration of skilled young people while welcoming the world's most vulnerable. We are an exceptional country, at peace for over 200 years on a territory the size of Europe. We're not ideologues or isolationists. We're an open and fair-minded people committed to the dignity and potential of each person, to freedom. Canada is no longer just a chunk of land bounded by 3 oceans. We never were. We're a nation of networks and commerce, culture and values, connected and confident, with a new role to play at home and abroad. When borders are threatened, when persecution is rising, when freedom is under assault, the solution is not to hide under desks, behind walls, or selfies. I will lead a push for international sanctions against state sponsors of terror and violence. I will direct a sharp increase in defense spending and action to end the genocide in Syria and Iraq. When others will not, I will speak up for freedom and human rights. I'll speak up for gay men dispatched to concentration camps in Chechnya, Yazidi women sold into sexual slavery. Like you, I'm a patriot, motivated by love of country, a country with a global role. Un Canada qui se porte le champion.
A Canada that can be a champion of a fair and inclusive society. I agree with President Macron. Working together is our best opportunity and our duty. I want to devote 1% of the GDP to maternal health and refugee education.
Quest for secure borders. Rejoin NATO in Afghanistan, lead reconciliation and accountability work in Sri Lanka. We need to pull our weight and do our part in a world crying out for solutions. Over the past 20 months, our party has been in the capable hands of Rona Ambrose. Thank you, Rona. You've shown us the good that principled public service can do, and I'd like to add my voice to the warm tributes to all candidates. Thanks for making our tent bigger, our movement stronger. For 7 months, my team and I have reached out across Canada, I hope with courtesy, with substance. We put forward 40 policy papers on issues from healthcare to our
Chris
democracy.
Alexander going well over his time allotted, and we're trying to keep all this relatively fair in the way we've listened to each candidate. One thing we can say about this Chris Alexander speech, a couple of things. He's not conceding anything in this speech, and you know, I spoke earlier about the way he was seen when he came into politics as a potential leader of, you know, both parties looked at him and talked to him, and he talked to them. This was the kind of speech that some of that potential was all about. I mean, there was a lot in this speech. He's had a rough ride, not only losing his seat, but getting involved, finding himself involved in policies that were in no way popular. Trying to make a rebound here.
Chris felt his foray into politics was interrupted, there's no question, and I think he did pay a heavy price for some of the policies on immigration in particular that were rolled out near the end of the campaign. But this is a big picture, big ideas type of speech that does demonstrate his capacity. He has a better grasp of international affairs and geopolitics than anyone in this race, without a doubt, which is an important consideration. His French is also impeccable. I thought he gave a very ease in transition from French to English. That was on full display. That was the type of substantive speech that, again, in a different format, in a convention hall where people could change their minds and it might be decided based on speeches, that could have put him in a much different place.
You know, Rosie, everyone who watches Canadian politics, keeps an eye on what's happening, knows that a good part of his downfall happened in the middle of an interview with you on Power and Politics during that campaign. And he didn't recover from it. He didn't recover from the interview, he didn't recover in the campaign, and he's had a hard time since.
Yeah, and I agree that he's a very smart man. He's very well traveled. He knows a lot about the world. He did say a couple things during the speech that I would question. He asked why schools in Afghanistan matter more than genocide in Syria. Genocide in Syria started when he was part of the government. So, you know, I mean, you can say things, but there's also your actions when you're part of the cabinet that you have to account for. You know, I think Chris Alexander can be erratic. Let's not forget that he stood in front of the Alberta legislature and nodded his head when people called on Rachel Notley to be locked up in jail, then had to come on my show the next day and try to explain why he did or did not do that. You can't have that kind of inconsistency in a politician. You can't have someone be sort of all over the map or making those kinds of errors and then constantly apologizing for them. I think he's probably a value to the party, but he's not going to be the leader.
He also left the impression, somewhat unfairly, that when they pulled the jets out of the CF-18s out, that Canada pulled out of that conflict, which they didn't. I mean, they're in there on the ground, and the guys are risking their lives every night in there.
But there's one less after today, right? I think that's what the reports were, that the Liberals...
There's a surveillance plane that's being pulled back because it's widely expected that we'll draw down by the end of June. So,
right.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, there are people there. You think he'll run again?
I do. I think he'll definitely run again. I think he's very committed to public service. I think that was evident in his speech. I think he has a lot of backing in his own constituency, and I think this did, to some degree, and I use this word advisedly, help rehabilitate his capacity to contribute to international and national politics in Canada. I have a lot of time for Chris.
Is he missed in caucus?
There's a lot of people that we miss in caucus. I mean, we lost a lot of really strong folks.
Right.
There's several that I'd like to see return in the future. But look, politics is a tough business, right? You have to understand that it's not about you. It is about servant leadership. And you never know which way the tide's going to go. And to your point, Rosie, you have to be consistent, right? You do. You're judged upon your consistency. I know I am. And that's a tough thing. But, you know, to put your name on a leadership ballot, it takes a lot of chutzpah.
Oh, yeah, no. And listen, every time I asked him to come on the show during this campaign, he came on. I haven't seen Kelly Leitch in 1 year. You know, just to give you some perspective.
Right. Yeah.
He comes on every time and explains himself, defends himself, whatever he has to do. It's not the same for everybody.
All right, last speaker is up, last candidate. His name is Andrew Saxton. Here's what you need to know about him.
Towns. I met with thousands of Conservatives in those important places where Canadians gather daily to discuss this country's most serious issues. Not the House of Commons, Tim Hortons. It's true. This is where you find out what's really going on, where you take the pulse of the party and of the nation. I have a new appreciation for who we are as Canadians. For example, George and Neela in Prince Edward Island opened up their home to us and invited their neighbors over for seafood chowder and to hear what I had to say. It was a full house. This may not sound that unusual, but George and Neela had never met me before. Neela's here tonight. Denis, à Granby, est en fauteuil roulant. Malgré ça, il est venu me rencontrer. Il m'a dit que le Premier ministre passait par sa ville,
despite that,
mais il
came
ne s'arrêtait
to meet
jamais.
with me.
Mais vous êtes arrêté. Pour ça, je vous soutiens.
Are retired, and for that, I support you.
In Swift Current, took the afternoon off work to come out and meet with me. He didn't have to do this. He did it because he cares. These and the thousands of other Canadians who came out to meet me all care deeply about the future of our country. This is our base, but we can't take them for granted. Our party must do a better job of listening to its members. Our grassroots, like you, felt ignored in the last election. This cost us dearly. Il faut pas oublier la base.
Let's not forget our base. We mustn't make the same mistake the next time.
To win in 2019, we need to re-engage our base. That is why I drove across the country, to listen to members like Delbert in Courtenay, Rachel in Nanton, Fabian in Sherbrooke, and Dennis in Corner Brook. I've made uniting our grassroots my #1 priority, and I've already gotten to work. That's why I've traveled to more ridings and personally met with more people than any other candidate. To win in 2019, we also need to reach out to young Canadians. We did not have their support in the last election. The biggest issue facing young Canadians is getting that first job. And this reminds me of Susan in Lunenburg, who told me that her son has decided to become a welder, but she'd hoped that he would go to university. After he explained to her that as a welder, he would have good paying work for years to come and no student debt, she changed her mind. Folks, young Canadians want alternatives to university and high student debt. We need a leader who can help them achieve this. Yes, we do. I lived and worked in Switzerland. I saw firsthand a training program that works, where the majority of high school grads go directly to on-the-job training programs. Ça me fait penser à Louis-Philippe, à Lévis.
Brings me to Louis-Philippe in Lévis, who came to meet with me because he wanted to have a better understanding of my apprenticeship program, and he even contributed to my campaign.
I will introduce an on-the-job training program that will help young Canadians to get that first job and good jobs. We also need to make sure that Canadians are getting the skills for the jobs of tomorrow, which will be quite different from the jobs of today. Folks, we are going through a new industrial revolution. It's predicted that by 2030, 38% of jobs will be lost to automation. Computers are already doing the jobs people used to do. We've been using bank machines instead of tellers for years. When we buy groceries, we can use the self-checkout machine instead of the cashier. And now, if you want to buy a burger and fries, you can go to a computer kiosk instead of one of those millions of teenagers who got their first jobs at McDonald's. We are witnessing the explosion of the digital economy, where clicks are replacing bricks, where companies like Amazon are quickly replacing companies like Sears. We're also witnessing the shift to a shared economy, where Uber is replacing taxis and Airbnb is replacing hotels. Artificial intelligence is replacing human intelligence. We need to get ahead of the curve. As Prime Minister, I will make sure that we are preparing Canadians for the new economy. Canada has prospered for 150 years. Now we need to make sure that Canada is prepared for the next 150 years. We need to negotiate from a position of strength with our largest trading partner and neighbor to the south, the United States. We need to tackle environmental threats head-on, not by imposing a carbon tax, but by investing in new technologies. Yes. We need to invest in the military. We have submarines that don't go down and helicopters that don't go up. ensure that our men and women in uniform have the equipment necessary to get the job done. We need to replace our aging fighter jets with a permanent fleet. We need to build new icebreakers to preserve our sovereignty in the Arctic. We need legal and orderly immigration, not illegal and disorderly migration. And we need to get our natural resources to market. We have over $129 billion in projects being held up by special interest groups. We cannot allow these projects to be hijacked any longer. As Prime Minister, I will designate and build an energy corridor to ensure our resources get to Tidewater. Canada is a trading nation. However, we are still overly dependent on one trading partner. We need to expand our markets. As Prime Minister, I will negotiate more free trade deals, not with dictatorships, but with democracies similar to ours, like Britain, Japan, New Zealand, and Australia.
All right, Andrew Saxton about to wrap up his remarks. He's pushed the time. He's obviously not taking any notice of the clock that is right in front of him that is telling him that he's well past his time. You see in the background a lot of empty seats now. A lot of the seats weren't filled during these speeches. Keep in mind that delegates across the country aren't here. It's not one of those delegate conventions where they all come to the city that's hosting the convention. So these are mainly workers for the different candidates. Some Toronto delegates and interested people come to watch the convention play out here tonight. But as you can see, the main players, the main speakers, once they'd done, the room kind of emptied out, and most people have.
Well, there are. I didn't want to interrupt, but.
Yeah, and I know you're all anxious to get to them, the hospitality suites. But we want to do a little wrap up now. Now we've seen all candidates, all 13 who are still on the ballot. Kevin O'Leary, who's with us here, is still on the ballot, but isn't running anymore, although it'll be interesting to see what, if any, votes he gets because of that ballot. You've got a speech ready just in case, right?
I'm going to be intrigued to see if I get knocked out in the first 4. If not, that's going to be pretty scary.
Well, you better start writing. Okay, want to go down to Andrew, Chantal, and Althea, who've been very patient this evening. We had a chance to talk to them a number of times before the speeches began. They've worked the floor during the speeches. They've been listening. I want to give them some time now to give us their assessment of what they witnessed, with the proviso that occasionally I might have to break away if we have to do an interview on the floor, but we'll always come back to you. What a guarantee that is, right? Okay, Andrew, you start us off. What did you make of these last couple of hours, the 13 speeches that we saw?
Well, if we didn't know it before, or if we were judging by the speeches tonight, I think we would say it's over. That was not an evening full of speeches of people who thought they still had a chance at winning this. In fact, I think I heard a few people auditioning for the Bernier shadow cabinet. I think the most striking speech to me was Lisa Raitt's, the most overt call for putting aside differences, party unity, anticipating perhaps some of the debates to come. Other than that, not a lot that was new.
There were definitely a number of concession-like speeches there, but concession speeches with a message like Lisa Raitt's. Chantal, your take?
Same as Andrew. It was a night of concession speeches. The fight has largely gone out of the floor of this convention, if you can call it a convention. And if you walked around, you found people good humored, listening to the speeches, but when the notion is put to them, and it has been the media buzz that Bernier is going to win, you get very little pushback from anyone. That is not what this meeting is about anymore.
Althea?
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. I mean, we heard a lot of calls for unity, even people like Kelly Leitch. And then there was a sense, just in the last 3-4 speeches, that these candidates really used the position that they had to introduce themselves to the membership. Almost like if we'd had a primary system in December, say, that this actually would have been much more useful to them. So I thought that was interesting. And then, of course, thank yous. Like, it was like the speeches you expect them to give tomorrow in the scrums when the results are announced. Thanking my family, thanking my campaign volunteers. And Andrew's right. I mean, Lisa Raitt, I think, overtly was basically saying, like, please name me in your shadow cabinet. So that was also pretty interesting. But yeah, I mean, it really felt like the only person to me that was still looking for votes is Andrew Scheer.
If we're heading towards a Bernier win, what did we learn in that speech that Bernier gave, which was the majority of it was on tape? You know, it was, you know, heavily produced, done beforehand, very short kind of ad-lib part near the end. What do we take away from the Bernier speech, Chantal?
I think that a lot of people were hoping for a more substantive speech. It's not a secret that here, but also outside this convention, there are questions about Bernier's communication skills in the other official language, English, and concerns that he might run into the same kind of obstacles that Stéphane Dion, as Liberal leader, encountered, that he had complex ideas, but he didn't have the language skill to communicate them efficiently. So this speech was a very safe speech in the sense that there was no room for error, but he's going to have to show more if he wants to inspire trust and if he does win tomorrow.
All right. Stay where you are. I'll be right back to you in a second. Caroline Mulroney is with Catherine Cullen right now. Catherine.
Yeah, and obviously you, I think, attracted a lot of attention by coming here tonight. A lot of people are wondering, and you joked about it in your speech as you were introducing people, is there a career in politics in your future?
I think politics is definitely something that I've always thought about as a career, and what I've learned from watching my father and so many of our friends participate in it, it's all about timing and opportunity and getting all those things right. So.
Okay, and so what would it take to get you to run? Would we be talking about the next election, a by-election?
There are a lot of things that have to be in place. I've got a young family. I've got a job. My husband travels a lot. There's a lot of things to consider, but it's something that I certainly consider.
You listened to all the leaders' speeches tonight. Is there anything that you heard from the potential leaders that makes you think you could work with one of them?
Oh, definitely. I thought there were great speeches tonight and a lot of great ideas that I hope that the new leader will consider and integrate into the platform.
I do want to ask you, because you very clearly opened the door to a potential political career there, and what a lot of people are going to hear is your last name, but what do you think would actually make you a good political candidate beyond your lineage?
Well, I think, I'm somebody who's been working my whole life. I've got a career in law and in finance. I've worked in the nonprofit world, starting a charity. I'm a mother, raising 4 children. I've traveled a lot across this country, so because of my father's job, I've had that experience. I've been able to meet a diverse group of Canadians, so I would bring that to it. But again, that's in the future. It's not for today.
Is it fair, though, to assume that we would find you in the more progressive conservative wing of the party, again, given your father's background?
I grew up in the progressive conservative wing, but, I'm open to all sorts of ideas, but I certainly am a progressive conservative.
Sounds like we're going to have to keep an eye on you. Thank you very much for your time.
Nice. Thank you. Good night.
Peter?
All right, Catherine, thank you. You're right. Your last point's right. We've got to keep an eye on Caroline Mulroney because she's clearly interested in that possibility. She's thinking about it, and she didn't deny it. And she has a brother who is looked upon with a great deal of interest from the Conservative Party as well. We're not talking about Ben, who's got a successful broadcast career. We're talking about Mark Mulroney, who is kind of like a bit of a rock star on the financial side in New York City, but still with deep Canadian roots. Bump into him every once in a while at Pearson Airport. He also is somebody who many people talk of as somebody who might be there.
Well, Peter, I have to correct you. He's actually living here. He's in Toronto.
He's now back in Toronto?
He's back in Toronto.
Okay.
His family is here. But he has been very successful on the financial market. He's distinguished himself. He's come to all of these conventions the last number of years, has been doing that for some time, and very involved in the political debate, and also, like his sister and Ben, very involved in the community, supporting philanthropy, supporting very good causes. He learned that not only from his father, but from his mother, Mila, as well.
I mean, the way this discussion is going, you guys have completely written off our party in 2019. What we're focusing on here is electing the next leader that is, I think, going to be very viable against Justin Trudeau. There's a lot of Canadians that are not happy with Justin Trudeau, either with the way that he's promised things and broken them, or the fact that we're not seeing the economic growth in Canada that we should be. And I think that the person that we're going to elect here will be viable. So, you know, I don't want to talk about speculation of who might run here and there. I'm focused on winning in 2019, and that's where we all should be.
But you might be winning with them as running for MP.
No,
nobody was saying leader. They were just talking about a potential candidate.
Okay, well, I thought we were going after leader, but I certainly hope, well, hey, if Carolyn Mulroney or any of them would want to run in our caucus, I think that's fantastic. And that shows the strength and momentum that we have going into 2019. But I think that's what we need to be focused on.
Well, I think that's right,
Okay.
and I think we've also seen from the vibrancy in the room, the fact I heard there was 500 people came to this convention, just signed up today, just came in to be part of it. So there is momentum. There's a sense, as Michelle said, that we need to get back to debating what the country cares about, and that's the economy.
Back down to the floor right now with Maxime Bernier. Oh, he's just on his way out. Okay, while we keep those pictures up, let's go back to that issue, because I want to pick up Andrew's comments and Althea's as well on what we saw in Maxime Bernier's speech. Andrew?
Well, obviously, somebody who is supremely confident of victory, that's a move. That's a leadership move when you think you've already got sewn up. And it was almost like one of those political ads when you're in this home stretch of an election campaign and you want the almost kind of myth-making type of video that they saw there. So they're taking no chances. They're keeping their powder dry for tomorrow's speech, which, as Chantal mentioned, I think is the really important one. We'll introduce him to a lot of Canadians who haven't been following this until now. Two things I would say is, we'll have lots of chances to analyze his policies and whether he's got the leadership stuff, et cetera. But two things I would say is, don't underestimate the level of enthusiasm that his kind of leadership will ignite on a lot of the Tory grassroots who've been starved for that kind of policy substance that they were denied during the Harper years. And I think you could even see some of that on the floor today. And the other thing is, he's a likable guy. And even people who might not be sold on his policies, politics is about more than I'm a policy wonk. I wish it was just about policy, but a lot of people might not necessarily be sold on his policies. He has an appealing persona that I think we're starting to see.
Okay, Althea, you get the last comment on this.
Well, I think that's true. I mean, he's very confident that he already has this locked up. He even passed out sheets to the media, bio sheets of his girlfriend for the last 7 years, Catherine Letarte, talking about how she used to be a national ballerina, basically preempting our questions perhaps on Sunday about who was moving into Stornoway. So I thought that was a bit interesting. And, he touched a little bit on unity. I was surprised that the speech was so short. I thought that he was going to elaborate a little bit longer than he did. But obviously the video was meant to showcase him as being ready and polished. And I agree with Andrew. I mean, the big thing they're planning for is tomorrow. And the other thing that we didn't really talk about, but today there was a little bit of hiccup in the Bernier campaign. I think it's maybe the second gaffe of this entire campaign run, which is one of his campaign directors suggested to a reporter from MyPolitics that Maxime Bernier's camp would not hire people from Andrew Scheer's campaign. And apparently that caused quite a bit of ruckus. And that's, some of the news I've been hearing on the floor was that person was given a stern talking to and told, the last 2 weeks we've been trying to reach out to other campaigns, and this is really not the message that we want to have dominate, our chatter today.
Well,
it was interesting on the floor that when people finished their speeches, Maxime Bernier would go shake their hands. And in the case of Stephen Blaney, who's been his chief critic in Quebec, that was even more obvious because Stephen Blaney literally conceded to Maxime Bernier on stage. The others were a bit more subtle.
So. Okay. Listen, thank you to the three of you. They'll all be with us tomorrow for our conversations throughout the afternoon tomorrow and into the early evening as the Conservatives make it official as to who their leader is. As you say, all three of you, the assumption around here tonight is that it's going to be Maxime Bernier, but until the votes are counted, you know what Yogi said, over till it's over. Thanks to the three of you. All right, one point about, you know, what Althea was saying about how the Bernier campaign was pumping out material tonight, the bios, etc., including on his partner. The Liberals have been at it too. They managed to get in here tonight and put out a number of things, including this button. They obviously think Max is going to win as well, and it says, as you can see, happy 9th anniversary, Max. What's the 9th anniversary? 9 years ago today that he was tossed from the cabinet for being lax about handling what were classified documents with his, at the time, his girlfriend at that time had a background involved Hells Angels.
Yeah, she had ties to Hells Angels. Listen, I think that's important because there's a reason they're handing out the bio of the current girlfriend. I mean, there's a reason why that's happening today.
Right.
And that's fine. You know, it's fine for the Liberal to come in here and take these pot shots, and you know, Maxime Bernier's learned his lessons and he's moved on. But that shows you the weaknesses that he has, and it shows you the tactics the Liberals will go after to take him down. Right?
Where do you think the Liberals learned to do something like this?
Yeah, from them.
From the Conservatives.
Yeah.
From you guys.
Okay, let's
doing it to them for all those
seriously,
years.
this shows to me that they are very concerned about him. The fact that they're having you now talk about this on a national policy convention or a national
just like
convention.
you were concerned about Michael Ignatieff, just like you were concerned
I would have been
about
talking
Stéphane
about this
Dion.
anyway.
Well,
Let's wait till they make the decision.
All's fair in love and
we could
politics,
spend time
right?
on a CBC broadcast talking about Justin Trudeau's ethics commissioner investigation.
And we do. I do that 2 hours every day.
I'm just saying that, you know, tit for tat. If you want to have a badge, we could have multiple on Justin Trudeau.
I think
right
attacking him on this issue is going to blow up in their face. This man is a human being. He makes mistakes. He corrects them. He marches on.
There you go.
You know, this country doesn't know how charismatic Max is. I'll tell you a little story. When he came up
It has to be, you hold that story, because we've got somebody who wants to talk to us on the floor, but I'll get you your story. Is it Hannah? Hannah Thibodeau.
Hello, Peter. I heard you guys talking about Maxime Bernier. One interesting thing is I'm talking to members out here. There was one fella, and he said that he had cast his ballot for Maxime Bernier, but had he not done so after tonight's performance, he said he wouldn't have done that. But that's that side, people who have already cast their ballot. I'm joined by Isla Shiblak, and she, in your hand, is the ballot. You have decided you are going to vote for Michael Chong as your number one, but you're waiting tonight for your number two. What happened?
So for a while, I was pretty confident about Michael. You know, he represents the direction that I want to see Canadian politics go. He's quite principled. You know, he stands by what he thinks is good for the country, and that's exactly what I could hope for in a candidate. As for my number 2 or 3, I was kind of waiting on that, seeing, you know, maybe I'll like some of the other candidates. Maybe I'll be like, you know what, they represent what I want to see. And there are a lot of great candidates. There are a lot of very intelligent, you know, policy-driven candidates who want to see what's best for the country. But when it came down to it, I was so confident about voting for Michael that it was, I guess, a statement. He's my number one. He's the one person I want to see be the leader of the Conservative Party, and so he's going to be the only person on my ballot.
And no one changed your mind this evening?
No.
So your ballot is now sealed, and what happens with it?
So tomorrow I'm essentially coming in, dropping it off, and it'll be cast for Michael Chong.
Isla Shiblak, thank you for your time. And just quickly, a reminder for people like Isla who haven't cast their ballots, there are polling stations. There's 13 across the country. There's one here, and that's where you will be dropping yours off. Peter.
All right, Anna, thank you. All right, Kevin, I promise. Tell us this heartwarming story.
Well, it's just, it's an anecdotal story that speaks about Bernier in a way that most Canadians don't know him at all, because he hasn't had a chance to get a national forum the way he's going to tomorrow.
How long have you known him?
Can we get to the story? I'm almost out of time.
This story since last, it's a year ago exactly. Comes up to my cottage. I'm hosting a bunch of people. Many of them are single women friends of my wife that happen to be there. Max is up for a couple of days. He wasn't planning on meeting them at all. But the point was, his policy people, we spent a lot of time in a boardroom talking about his campaign, his policies. I really got to like the guy and his team. When he left the next day, pretty well all of those women said, who is that guy? He's a very charismatic man, very friendly. There's nothing wrong. We talk about Trudeau and how charismatic he was and how he appealed to so many people. Watch what happens when people get to know Max a little bit more. This is going to be a hell of a race in 2019. Starting with the numbers, Peter, you know I'm a numbers man, 30 seats from Quebec. He's got good hair too, and a lot of people are going to like him.
It was the hair.
Peter, I want you to know something.
The hair
I was planning, had I gone the distance, I was going to grow my hair back.
Okay, I'm almost out of time, so it's quick. It's kind of quick final thoughts in terms of what happens in this next 24 hours. And Michelle, you start us.
Well, both Peter and I have to fill out our ballots tomorrow. We haven't voted yet.
Show that ballot because it's going to take you 24 hours to fill it.
It's quite complicated, actually.
Okay, so you fill out your ballots, but beyond that,
live on air here.
You know.
Yeah, go ahead, fill it in.
I think that the speeches were quite good tonight. It was nice to see the candidates in a longer format, to Kevin's point. And I think some people will go away that haven't made their mind up and ruminate on that. And that's a positive thing. But really where we're going from here is 2019. This is the kinetic energy pushing our campaign off going into 2019. And I think that's a very positive thing. Our caucus is ready for that. Our membership's ready for that. And frankly, I think a lot of Canadians are too. They want to get back to work. And no matter who wins, that's what the focus of our party is going to be.
Peter. I see bench strength. I see a lot of potential cabinet ministers and renewed cabinet ministers who've, I think, distinguished themselves well throughout this entire race. And it's been a lengthy one, a grueling one. The party unity theme is very strong. The party growth through this process has been very strong. I think whoever emerges tomorrow, and we'll know very soon, is going to have a lot to work with. It's going to be a lot of heavy lifting that will continue in this process, but I think this has been very invigorating for the party. I think these conventions by design are rocket fuel for politics. They get young people involved. I think Kevin has illustrated that point. But look, there's going to be a lot of folks who will leave this convention, go back to their constituencies, and begin the very hard work of preparing for 2019. And I think whether it's Max, whether it's one of the other candidates, they will match up very well and have a lot of ammunition to use coming out of this convention.
Giddy up.
Let's go.
Rosie, you get the final thought.
Oh, I thought he was going to get the final thought.
He did one.
Oh, that's true. He did like a 10-minute story about how the ladies like hair.
And you loved it. You loved it.
I don't know. I think we'll see how tomorrow unfolds. I think we should be prepared for surprises. And I think the Conservative Party is in good shape, but it still has a tough road ahead. And they shouldn't take that for granted.
They would probably like a surprise of some kind.
Well, they would like some drama on the floor.
Surprises in politics.
But if no one else is willing to, let me make a numerical prediction. Let me predict the first ballot to the number. Are you interested?
Yeah.
All right.
Do it.
You ready?
Quickly.
What are you betting
Bernier's
on
going to get
Kevin?
11,000 on the first one. That's 34%. Andrew's going to get 7,000. That's 21%. O'Toole will be 3 at 5,000 and change. Mark it down. Watch it happen.
Okay. You save that tape. We'll play it back. Do like the Don Cherry thing.
It'll be the end of his business career if it's wrong.
I'm a numbers guy, and I'm willing to take risks, unlike the rest of you.
All right. Okay. Time to let you know about tomorrow. Tomorrow, obviously, is the voting. They're voting. People are voting now. They're voting up to 4 o'clock Toronto time tomorrow afternoon. So those ballots will be counted, and then we get into the excitement of the ballot results as they come out. What is our timetable? We're going on the air tomorrow. Well, first of all, is a Facebook Live at 2 o'clock. If you got any questions, please don't be shy. Give me a call, and we'll do that at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon from here. We're on the air on News Network at 4 p.m. and the main channel at 6 p.m. The first ballot result will be at around 5:45. Another one at 6 o'clock. They think they'll have a winner by 6:30. Should be an interesting day. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Join us then.
It starts by taking the fight to Trudeau, a prime minister who revels in the trappings of power but fails to see that real leadership requires real decisions to make Canada great. We can do better.
The future generation of our country. We can wish Justin Trudeau bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And our leader must not be afraid to run as a 100% Conservative.
I am that leader. I am a fiscal conservative.
This is our base, but we can't take them for granted. Our party must do a better job of listening to its members.
We'll be ready to debate conservative ideas in Parliament and all across the country for being sure that the leader that you will choose will be ready to beat Justin Trudeau in 2019.
My friend, let's stand up for Canada. Let's stand up for what we believe, and this country will be better.
The Liberals are so focused on punishing success that they don't care that the poor cannot get ahead. They achieve equality by making sure that we all hold hands, finishing last together.
That this is a party that is ready to unite, ready to lead, and ready to win. Canadians are proud of their unique identity, and they want someone who will protect and promote these values and that identity.
We're not yesterday's Conservative Party starting today. We're the party of tomorrow.
I am Pierre Lemieux. I am pro-life. I am social conservative, and I am pro-freedom of speech, and I am Canadian. And these are Canadian values.
My message is simple. In trying times, in a world of trouble, building Canada is the solution to keep us all safe and strong, to ensure when others falter, we set an unwavering course.
My daughter Molly is 10 years old. She will be older than I am by the time the Liberals balance the budget. That's shameful. And for the record, I'm younger than Justin Trudeau. This is what a life of hard work looks like.